We got it fixed. Let's get this done, son. Actually, that's kind of cool because that last little segment, that last little thing we did, is the chat working though? Let me reset the chat. The last little thing we did is a pretty good little video now, thanks to that. So let me reset this chat. Oh, wrong one. Thank you for welcoming me back. Yes, my computer had a little hiccup. Sometimes I get a blue screen of death. It doesn't happen that often ever since I fixed things, but it did it. Hopefully it was just a little funky error. I did redo some drivers though. Let's see if the chat will pop back in. Pop it in there. Pop it in there. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, it is. It's there? Is it there? Let me see. Hey, it's working. It's just restarting. Okay. So here's the thing. This is in defense of Nate Brody, but I'm going to give you the tiniest little preview and reason for why I'm saying this. Tomorrow on my channel, I'm going to give you the full breakdown. On UNIRock 2, you got to hook me up. You got to ring the bell. You got to make sure you re-ring the bell and get all notifications because most people never have clicked my uploads on UNIRock 2 because I haven't uploaded a lot there. I usually go live. Please click those uploads. Here comes something.
Somebody who's a registered effects offender if they've served their time. So what?
Okay. This is a really horrible issue to talk about, and the logic behind it is disgusting. When you hear what I'm going to tell you, what I show you, what I prove to you, you're not going to like it. It's really bad.
I will never talk to Nate ever again, ever, because of what he's done to the people I care about. Yeah, I'd rather be in with somebody who's a registered effects offender if they've served their time.
He just said he'd rather be alone in a room with Warden if he served his time. And that he would never be alone in a room with Nate Brody. So let's compare the two people in defense of Nate Brody. Warden is 20, 30 years ago, whenever it was in the 80s, impersonated a police officer with a uniform and a car and flashing lights, pulled over 4 women and R'd them. Went to prison for it, was charged for R'ing one of them, and the rest of them didn't go to court because they got the sentence on one, and due to some kind of thing, he got a really, light sentence, and 10 or 20 years later, he got out. Now, then he goes on McCrae's channel. McCrae calls him an honorable guy. He defends him, fights for him, and I didn't used to believe it, because on the video he did, there is, the video Steve did, he deletes Valor. Thanks, my guy. This is the gaming channel. If you join here, if you want to join for the show, it's UNIRock 2. We will be taking shows back to UNIRock 2, but I will not take this topic there unless it's an upload. Anyway, so Warden basically is, Steve is saying, hey, he didn't do anything wrong since the last time he impersonated a police officer and R'd a girl, and that was a long time ago, so leave the guy alone. I'd rather be in a room with him than Nate Brody, because Brody made YouTube videos about me and debunked me. Now, Sweet Heathen ends up saying the same thing. So how do I destroy his argument? How does who he thinks is a stupid ding-dong dummy UNIRock completely expose him and his logic and everything he's saying as fraudulent, as not intelligent at all, as dumb as can be? How do I do that? He knows, and Sweet Heathen both know this.
We begin with breaking news on a man accused of child sex assault, now back in Harris County and getting ready to face a judge.
Earl Wooten expected in court in about an hour after he was moved from McAllen, where he was arrested last week. Channel 2's Sally Mamdouh is now live in downtown, where he will soon appear in court. Sally?
And Lauren, Warden is known to get testy with law enforcement officials and continuously criticize them, but tonight he finds himself in hot water. He's no.
Now, I could continue playing this, but I'm probably already copyright claimed, at least for playing it. So this is him now, late 2019, going into 2020. This is the same man that was on his show. The same man I've tried to tell him he should not defend. He should not act like is more honorable than Nate Brody, because I know he doesn't get logic. And I know he's not intelligent, and he's not a philosopher, and he has not any credential behind what he does and no proof that he's smart. So let me explain this to him. When Nate Brody debunks you with YouTube videos, and when he tells Sweet Heathen to leave him alone on Twitter, which is provably what he did, we have evidence for that. Sweet Heathen and Steve have nothing they put out to contest anything more than what I've just said. Basically, when Nate Brody makes a video debunking you, debunking your philosophy and your logic, that's him making a video. He's sitting at a computer. He's thinking. He is not hurting anyone. He's speaking into a microphone, recording. Then he goes back to being a police officer. Nate Brody goes back to being a prosecutor. Nate Brody then goes back to being a lawyer who has not been in trouble or charged with anything, who has a wife and children that he takes care of every day, who he's not had any accusations or anything ever done against him. He's a upstanding member of his community. He has degrees. He is a degreed individual, as you say. So this person who is a lawyer, who was a police officer, who was a prosecutor, who has these degrees, who has children, who has a wife that he lives with, takes care of, and spends his time with and all that, right? Sits down at the computer, speaks into a microphone, records it, and uploads it. It can't hurt anybody. I know the logic and the philosophy and the intelligence is really hard on this, but it can't hurt you. Let's say that lawyer goes to Twitter and tweets what he proved is the only thing he tweeted to Sweet Heathen. Then all he did was click a button on Twitter. That doesn't hurt anybody. You lied. You lied about him. Now, let's compare that person logically, smartly, intelligently. You know, I'm a dumb UNIRock. To this guy. Let's compare Nate Brody to this guy. This guy went to a store, bought a police officer's outfit, bought flashing lights for his car, pulled over 4 women, then proceeded to do things that I can't describe on YouTube due to the extreme things I'd have to say to describe what he did. But all those things involved physically torturing women, physically harming them, holding them down, kidnapping them, threatening them with a weapon. He then took that gun and did things to their genitals with it, proven in court, proven in the court papers, proven in witness testimony, proven with a police investigation that I would assume had DNA and everything else on it. I would say that this guy sticking a gun into a private area of someone who does not want that to happen, a loaded one, and threatening them with it before doing things with his own body to their body would fit the definition of harm, would fit the definition of hurting somebody. When you get on your YouTube channel, Mr. McCrae and Mrs. Heathen, and you say that Nate Brody is harming people, and that's why you won't be in a room with him alone, but this guy doesn't, he's better than Brody, so you would be in a room alone with them. You are lying to people, misleading people, not being honest or intelligent or philosophical or any of those things. You get the logic, the philosophy here? Now, you'll say, but Uni, those horrible acts that you described happened many years ago, and he hasn't done it recently, so I'd rather be in a room with him. He is charged by the police for doing the thing that I described to them, the same thing. The R word to his infant daughter. This guy. That's this year he's being accused. This year he's going to go to prison if he's convicted after he goes to court for doing that to his infant daughter. Now, I don't usually talk about these. I have a rule on my channels to never talk about this subject because I won't be a happy UNIRock when I talk about it. It'll make me sick to my stomach. It is disgusting. It is the worst thing you could ever do in life. If I find out someone around me has done that to a child, anything close to that or even remotely close to that, I will not be able to physically be around that person. It'll make me sick, among other things. But for some reason, you will willingly put yourself in a room with them over Brody? So why? What's the difference between these two people again to make you say that online? Brody's a lawyer that sat down at a computer who was a police officer and a prosecutor and did things on Twitter and recorded a YouTube video and uploaded it and debunked you and made you look really dumb. Warden is a person that physically did what I described, not only to 4 women back then, but recently to his own daughter, infant daughter. So to slander Nate Brody that way, to lie about Nate Brody that way, to try and frame him, if anyone in the world should be sued, should it be Kyle Curtis because you were too dumb to get a contract? Or should it be you because you were so dumb that you said this about another person? Now, I will calm down now and shut up about this. If you get a chance, go to Steve's chat from last night, 2:30:50 mark, and listen to Cheshire's rant. It's one for the ages. Is it this one? Did she come into this one? Is this last night's video? Sweet Heathen and I read new atheist comments. If that's it, tell me. And since you donated, I'll play it. I need to hit my e-cig for a moment. Please pardon me. How do you say that about Nate Brody? How do you... I don't even...
Known for dozens of YouTube videos.
Why are you over here?
Of where he can bring his camera. A mugshot, he's charged in the sexual assault of a child dating back to 2002. But this time, Earl Warden's face is captured on the mugshot. He's charged in the sexual assault of a child. A mugshot, he's charged in the sexual assault of a child. 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 Assault of a child.
I'm so glad that I stopped talking to Silverfish. I am so ashamed of myself for letting my YouTube brand positively influence his brand. Him as a person. I am literally ashamed of myself for what you're about to hear. Now, this is the person, provably, that they are talking about in this clip. This clip is them speaking about Warden and Nate Brody, the YouTuber. It makes you want to vomit what they're about to say. I'm not playing. I'm not exaggerating. It is this extreme, and that's why we're talking about it tonight. Once you get busted as being a scammer who's willing to lie to take GoFundMes and fundraisers and Christmas super chats and things like that, you start to do extreme things to get attention because all of your other attempts to get attention don't work. Take a listen.
So what? Is that a problem?
I think that was...
Insidious, remind me as soon as I'm done with this little segment what that timestamp was. If you don't, I'll get it from the thingy over here. I can look it up. But if you'll remind, I'll ask you to remind me in a little bit.
I think one person is so goddamn unethical by going after the people I care about that the other person doesn't.
Unethical? How is Nate Brody unethical compared to this guy? You literally see everything I described this guy do as not making him unethical. Do you hear this? Do you see how easy it is to debunk these idiots? He is saying that Earl Warden, doing what I just described from 20 years ago and what I just described recently, getting charged with, is not considered by Mr. McRae to be unethical, and therefore he would enter a room alone with the man over entering a room alone with the guy who debunked his stupid argument about the atheism on the internet. I'm going to be pausing this every few seconds. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, let me clarify. I think that may have been directed at me.
Who would have thought, Sweet Heathen? It was definitely... Why are you doing this to yourself? Why? Does he give you money when you ask? Do you call him up every few days or every week saying, I need money, silver daddy? Silver sugar daddy, I need money. Is that why? Is that... And then he'll send it to you, and you don't have to see him. You don't have to physically be around him, so you're not worried about any of the things that you'll have to put up with. So I'm not calling you a prostitute. I'm not putting you down and saying you're some kind of like, you know, I'm not saying that. I'm telling you, I'm not saying it. I'm saying, is that it? If you ever ask him for money, does he? Because I can't think of a single reason why anybody would sit next to someone. He has to be lying to you. I know he lied to me. You know what he told me about Warden? Here's what he said to me. He said, Uni, go find on the internet where I defended Warden. All I did was interview the guy. So I watched his stream. I didn't look at the comments. I clicked through his stream. I watched a couple times the different things that happened in it, and I came to the conclusion, sounds to me in this stream like he didn't do the things he's being accused of, right? Now, the people that made videos back then exposing him for this didn't put the clips of him defending Warden. There were many clips of him defending Warden, just not from that stream. They happened in a different stream, and they happened in later streams and on other channels. Also, in a comment section and on Twitter, he defended Warden. He called him honorable. And that's why he lies here. He says, I was only saying Warden, blah, blah, blah. What he did here was honorable. You did not. You said that he was an honorable man. It's a quote from you. You are lying again. But my point is, he goes and lies about Warden to make you not hate Warden. But Warden did these things we should know. When you defend Warden, you could choose to defend Warden. That's not why people have a problem with you. Well, it is why some people have a major problem with you, but that usually doesn't get brought up because there's an even worse issue than you defending Warden. I know it sounds crazy, but there is a worse issue. You are going to good people on the internet, lying to them about you and what Warden has done, framing those things in a different way than reality, what can provably be shown, and then you're convincing people off of these lies that Warden is an okay guy, while then going and lying to people, lacking evidence, refusing to put out evidence, and saying Nate Brody is worse than Warden. He should sue you. He would actually win that lawsuit as opposed to your problems with your lawsuit. It's insane. And then you got people that support this guy. You got people that support him. The only hope that people have that support him is that they're just not seeing the other stuff on the internet. But now, back when I had first started criticizing him, there wasn't a whole bunch of content to expose this guy on the internet. There was only a little bit of content to criticize him. So it was hard to find. But since I've been making content, Nate started making new content, others have made new content, there's really no excuse for why no one knows the truth about this situation. Now, some other content creators like Dick Dawson and Team Skeptic and some others continue to defend this guy's behavior. So it could excuse why some people are still supporting him, even though it's a very low number. And I would hope that if those YouTubers, which I already know Dick Dawson is exactly like this guy, he is a clone of this guy. But there is, I'm not saying Team Skeptic isn't a clone of this guy, but I'm saying there's hope that Team actually thinks for himself, right? And I'm hoping one day he'll wake up and realize the people that criticize him and the stuff that these guys are doing aren't doing it because they have a hate boner. This is not a hate boner calling out what he's doing to Nate Brody and what he's doing to Warden and how he's lying about these two people. Thank you. I will look it up right now. He's treating Nate Brody as if Nate Brody deserves what Warden does. You should look at Warden as the guy who you'll never go around, never talk to, never be around. Violent, disgusting criminal. That's how you should look at Warden. You should never go in a room with him. You should never defend him. You should never talk to him. In my opinion, when you find out the type of dastardly things that's proven that he did, you shouldn't ever support the guy. But when it comes to Brody, there is nothing there. He's got a good reputation. He's an upstanding member of his community. He's got a good job. And this is what McCrae does. He even is about to admit that he spent 2 hours last night convincing Snake that Brody is a warden, basically. So he got someone else out on he spent hours. What would ever make you spend hours of your time trying to convince Snake, a random person, to like Warden, but to hate Nate Brody? When you're not describing Warden accurately and you're lying about Brody. Insidious, if you get a chance, go to Steve's chat at the 2:30 mark. Yeah, okay, I got that one. Did it just come in? I must have just come in again. Let me put it back up on the screen. Just want to make sure it's there, and let me make sure I didn't miss any. If I missed something, type it and let me know and tag me, okay? Because my Streamlabs will mess up slightly since I restarted the stream, just to let you know. That's why if you did donate something or whatever, tag me a couple times if I miss it.
Go ahead.
Because I said I would rather be in a room with this warden character. If I had to choose right now.
If you had to choose right now, you would choose the guy that is currently at this very moment being charged with R-ing his infant daughter over a police officer and a prosecutor and a lawyer. All because he made content on the internet. The internet content that he made, she didn't like. It harmed her, according to her and Steve both. Both of them made the claim that the content Nate made harmed them, and now they don't like Nate. But they can provably look at the actions that this man has done. It is boggling my mind hole, and forgive him. This is bad. This isn't normal. There is not a good excuse here, right? See, some of the stuff he does, you have to say to yourself, he's only arguing this because he wants to make himself look good. He wants to make himself get money off of people. He wants to make people think that he's smart, right? There are things you could say, well, that's why he's saying that, lying about that, doing that, attacking that person, right? There's nothing here. There's no normal excuse here for why he's doing this to Brody and why he is framing Warden as innocent. But he is. Why do I have this article pulled up from a news source of a town? Why did they do an entire video claiming this?
Sexual assault of a child dating. He's charged in the sexual assault of a child dating. He's charged in the sexual assault of a child dating. He's charged in the.
I honestly am going to make a point now, and I want you to answer me in my live chat. Is this not worse than what flat earthers do? What is worse? What deserves? So if I'm a person that'll call out a flatty for being a dumb little ding dong, how am I not going to make a video calling this out tonight? How do I ignore this tonight? I'm willing to call out flat earthers because they talk about dumb stuff. They lie about the shape of the earth to get money off of people. Okay, well, I'll call them out. I do it. I used to do it a lot. I'll call out other people that do dumb stuff on the internet, laugh at them, make fun of them, do my thing, make some content, move on. Okay. So how don't I comment on this? How do I reconcile this in my mind? Type it for me. Basically, I was just throwing you a 50 spot like oh my guy. Man, thank you, Valor. If you want to type a, okay, I'll try to pull it up right now. It just wasn't pulling up for me from before. Thank you, my guy. I really appreciate you. I mean it. Let me see if I can log into the other website to see it. Oh, brother. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. I can't see if you attached a message to it. I can't see it. So if you did send a message, you might have to re-email me or something. I might be able to see it once I log out and actually open my email, but thank you. I appreciate you. Really helps support us. Let me see why I can't pull that up on Streamlabs. Oh, I'm on rockAlot. Okay, let me log into the other Streamlabs, and I bet for the UNIRock 2, and I bet I'll be able to see it. Give me 2 seconds, because I'm going to put it back up on the screen. Because things like that, they honestly help us keep going. I mean it. I have to replace this microphone. I've only had it for a year. I love it, but I got to replace it already. It's breaking on me. Oh, there we go.
Expose me, Boomer.
To be honest, Steve won't talk crap about Brody because Brody will sue the only hoodie he owns off of his back and then likely take it out and give it to the community he dutifully serves because he's a real man. Thanks, my guy. I appreciate you. Appreciate you. Pop it up again.
Expose me, Boomer.
Hold on. There we go. There we go. I got it. Hold on. Okay, there. Let me make sure you can see it all. Yes. All right. Thanks, man. Very much appreciate you. Now, again, I need to kind of slowly go through this content. Look, I know Warden is going to court. I know he did his crime all those years ago. And some people say he could have redeemed himself. He could be a new man. I don't care. I served in the United States Army. I held up the Constitution. I held myself to the code of the United States Army while I was in the service, and I will never forgive someone that does this kind of thing to a child. And I will not talk about it any further when it comes to that specific detail, but I will talk about what was said on YouTube and what was lobbed against Nate Brody. But I ask you all, tomorrow's upload in the morning on UNIRock 2 calls out this. Please watch it, like it, and share it when it releases, if you will. And make sure you click the bell on UNIRock 2 because I'm going to be uploading a lot more there. Now, this is the problem with this clip. Let me turn off the UNIRock 2 viewer count. I don't know why it's on. Here is the problem with this clip. This clip... Oh, okay. I got to move that again. That crashed after I moved it. The clip I'm showing you gets worse. Okay? Fixed it. The clip I'm showing you gets much worse. This is the issue with this clip. I will, yes, Skynet. It's probably going to be a day or a couple more days because I have a video, an edited video on the GoFundMe stuff that's coming out after the video tomorrow. Then I'll work on the Lily Jean video. On UNIRock 2. So anyway, it gets way worse. I'm preparing you. I'm prepping you. I'm letting you know that I'm going to be taking it slow and chill. But here we go.
Now, who to be in the room with? I would choose Warden over Brody.
Oh, damn, buddy. Valor, you're just too kind, man. You really are. You're a good person. Thank you. Mike Fund, thanks, man. So you just heard Sweet Heathen, and I don't get it, Sweet Heathen. I'll talk to you like a human being, even though I think you're just saying this because he wants you to. I have to rationalize what you're saying. You don't mind being in the room with the man who is in court right now, charged with doing that. I can't say that word or I'll get restricted. Doing censored to an infant. His infant daughter. Are you... Am I being trolled right now? Are you trolling? You're a troll, aren't you? Sweet Heathen. Because I know you know that he's being charged. I know you do. Now, here's another little nugget of information here. Neither of them bring up the fact that he's currently being charged with doing this to his infant daughter. Neither of them. They bring up his old crimes from the 80s and purposefully lie about his current crimes to their audience right after getting attention on Modern Day Debate. So there is an increased amount of people there hearing them say this about Warden. Most likely walking away not even knowing he's currently charged. You're trolling me. You're trolling me, Heathen.
There are reasons for that. I've actually had experiences with this person.
You've had experiences with Nate Brody. Well, guess what? They aren't physical. You've both admitted it's not physical. It didn't happen in real life. It happened on the internet. So why would you delete them? Why would you delete these experiences? Hey, Insidious, thank you. Why would you delete this? This hard evidence. You see what they're doing? They're lying. They are trying to build the assumption that they have some, thank you, Insidious Vids, more Mike Fun stuff. I appreciate you very much. Let me get that RockAlot viewer count somewhere, or a RockAlot pop-up so we can actually see it. There it is. I need to move it over here because we've got the counter. There it is. Let me pop it back up.
Expose me, boomer.
Oh, wrong one. I'll log into the other one here in a minute and pop it back up. Now, Lori, thank you. You guys are too awesome. So, one more time though, they're actively lying, and I've been trying to process this in my brain. I can only think of one excuse. for why they both, I know for a fact, know he's currently charged with this. Thank you, Lori, for making the slime dance. That's Bizzy's little best friend, but they're estranged right now. They're angry with each other. I won't explain. It's too much to talk about now, but I'll talk about it tomorrow. They purposely ignore that to make what? To make Nate look bad? Is that what it is? You know, if you bring up his current charge against his infant daughter, that would put him away for a very long time if he gets convicted, and he's in court now for it. You've refused to admit that because you want Nate Brody to look bad. Do you realize if we were to logically break down that one little thing, it makes you very bad people? You're ignoring a child's. What some people say is worse than murder. Simply for an internet vendetta because that man debunked your silverfish. I can't process it. I can't get it. Most women actually sympathize with children more than most men do.
That were very negative. And he has supported other people.
Oh, but Uni, you're lying about Warden being charged now to try to make him look bad. Nope. 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 March 1st of 2019, 10:10 p.m.
People that have directly tried to hurt me, that have tried to turn friends and family against me.
Now, why did you skip so fast over tried to hurt you? Wouldn't you go into detail to explain how a man that's never met you is being accused by you and the silverfish of hurting you? When if it was something he typed on the internet, you could tell us what it is so that we can make up our mind if it's hurt or if it's not, right? You could allow us the information we would need to make up our mind. But we already know what Nate Brody has done involving you. And it's just a few tweets. None of them are even bad. None of them should even be say that he mildly aggravated you. Let me say this again. Nate Brody already has a video up on his channel defending himself. He proves by actually showing everything that Sweet Heathen and Nate Brody ever said to each other on the internet and puts it up on the screen so you can read them for yourself. And I would have to stretch, I'm not playing this, to say that Nate Brody mildly aggravated her. She started talking to him. He started responding. It wasn't mean. It wasn't nasty. It wasn't evil. Right? After she says some dumb stuff, he says, I don't want to talk to you anymore. Leave me alone, please. I'm going to ignore you. Have a nice life. Something to that effect. Okay, so why is that considered harm? I don't know. Then she keeps bothering him, which it sounds to me like she's stalking him. He shows evidence that she's stalking him. She's continuing to bother him. Right? He shows this evidence. And then, what does he reply? He says, you make me want to puke, leave me alone. Which should not even mildly aggravate her because she pursued him. He did not pursue her. So either Nate Brody is not showing us something or they are lying. Now, here's the problem. They could very quickly and very easily pull up whatever Nate Brody did and show it to us, like Brody did. But they don't. And what they say is disgusting.
And he has done his own stuff. Now, I'm not going to get into all of the, again, this is my personal experience.
No, it's not. It was your personal experience until Steve McRae used it as a weapon against Nate Brody in front of thousands of people on a third-party YouTube channel. A big one. One that's as big as my second channel. Not my main, my second. This is my third here at RockAlot. 1, 2, and 3. I'm kind of dumb. I split my content between 3 channels because I'm a ding dong. I could be doing it on the same channel, getting a shit ton of views. I'm just an idiot. Anyway, it is different content, so I split it, though. It baffles the mind.
I'm not telling anybody, hey, don't tell.
It's not your personal experience because Steve made it public. You now are making it public on Steve's channel it's not unlisted. And even if it was, people could still play it. People can still get it. It's not private. Your private interaction with Nate Brody is, trust me, he harmed me, but he's never met me. I've never seen him. I've never been near him, but trust me. And it's really, 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 really messed up. It's really, really suspicious. It's sus. Very sus. That Nate Brody debunked Steve McRae's stupid philosophical argument he's been having for years. And he did it in such a way that very big content creators gave him accolades for shutting McRae down. So to me, there's very much an incentive for you guys to lie about Nate Brody. Continue.
Talk to this person, don't platform this person, don't do this, don't do that. But I can talk about my own experiences.
She just said, just so I can make it clear, she's saying, I'm not saying to deplatform. It sounded funny there, but I promise you, she's saying do not deplatform, do not do this. She did not say to do it, even though it sounded that way. It was because of how I paused it, okay? Trying to be fair. I'd love to understand this, but you do see me how I'm breaking this down and really putting a lot of focus on this evil, evil thing that these guys have done. Remember then people were telling me that I was crazy for saying Steve McRae was evil back in November? I said he was evil, right? I don't think anybody disagrees with me now that he's an evil, evil man. When you factor Warden into the picture and you factor how he's willing to attack other YouTubers to he's trying to make people not listen to Nate Brody. If you end up watching Nate Brody, you end up saying to yourself, this is good content. It is helping me get the boredom away. It's well put together. It has a narrative. It moves to a point, and I like it. I'm going to go watch some of his other videos. That's what I said when I found him and actually watched him. And after you watch his other videos, you're bound to stumble upon his critique of Steve McRae's argument. And he destroys Steve McRae's philosophical atheist definition argument. I'm going to destroy Steve McRae's gumball argument. That's what he calls it. Tonight, I'm going to debunk him. I'm going to prove that he's not a philosopher by taking the only argument he's ever made and completely destroying it. And I'm just a dumb UNIRock. But Nate Brody is the master at destroying his argument.
And to say that, I know what I'm saying. I am not saying that lightly.
You are saying it lightly by not showing the evidence, and by him being so easily able to debunk you, it was said very lightly. But we get why you'd have to say the opposite. If you are saying it lightly and you don't want people to think you're saying it lightly, it makes sense.
I would feel more comfortable in a room with somebody who did his time, who I would think.
Oh, now you're walking back your statement. Now you're going to walk back your statement. You'd feel more comfortable in a room with someone that did his time. Well, we don't know yet. We got to wait until they give the verdict here. We need this verdict before we know if he's done his time. Oh, you're trying to lie and say he hasn't recently been charged with doing stuff to his own daughter that is even worse than what he did to those women back then 20 years ago. Oh, that's okay. Yeah, when you're lying about parts of the story, it makes it easy for you to sit there and pretend like you're not an SJW.
Well, God wouldn't want to go back to prison. But regardless, this is somebody I don't know too much about.
And look, he's got me right here. It says, lol, so true.
I would rather take my chances with the person I don't know so much about than the person that has already shown themselves to want to hurt me.
Oh, so now he didn't hurt you. Now he's shown himself to want to hurt you. Why did you let him just sit up there and say that Nate Brody hurt you? He said it in this video. He said it on Modern Day Debate. You didn't chime in and correct him. You guys didn't do a video apologizing to Nate saying, He didn't hurt me. He wanted to hurt me. He wanted to hurt me. Like, that's what he was wanting. I know this because I can read minds. I'm not a flat earther, I swear. I'm actually an intellectual, but he wants to hurt me.
And kick me off the internet.
And as somebody who's a victim of sexual assault, that, you know,
This is disgusting. This is the most disgusting thing I've seen on the internet in a while, and I've seen this guy do so many disgusting things, it's hard to list them. Reds, this isn't a hate boner for him. Listen to what he just said, and you tell me, do we all have a hate boner for Steve McRae, or is Steve McRae a disgusting individual? Listen.
And kick me off the internet.
and as somebody who's a victim of sexual assault, that, you know, to discount her, to say, well, who cares what Sweets thinks?
He just, mental breakdown time. Kabocha, kabocha. I'm an Onision, kabocha. Did you seriously just take them interacting on Twitter lightly in under 10 messages where nothing was said that should aggravate even anyone, and just say the sweet heathen can sit and lie about Nate Brody like she just did, provably, because she's not accurately describing the charges the man's currently facing, and then compare it to her being a victim in the past and try to pull the she's a victim card? That has nothing to do with this argument logically. It, in fact, makes your argument explode in front of your face. Do I have to really work this for you? I thought I was as dumb as a UNIRock. I thought I was dumb as a rock, my guy. Do I have to break down how you just debunked yourself hardcore? You're telling me that we should lend credence to what she's saying, with this being factored in to what you just said. I can't. What?
I mean, aren't you doing the same thing by
No, because they look at it on the base level of...
Yeah.
No, we're not. I just broke it down exceptionally complex. I made sure to give you every bit of credence I could give you. I gave Nate Brody as much non-credence as I could. I tried to not do Nate any favors, do you every favor, and it still sounds bad. But if you do go up there and you say that we're all base level dumb ding-dongs and we're educated philosophical masterminds, it just means it is. You don't have to prove anything. You don't have to actually spit logic. You don't have to be good at talking. You don't have to sit down and come up with a very well-worked, well-argued thing every night on your show. Hell, you can just claim. Can I get some music, Busy? Can I get some music, Busy? Busy went to bed. Claim. You can just throw claims out there as much as you want, and then bam, everybody's supposed to believe him or else we're dumb. You're trolls. You guys are trolls. You want to know why you're trolls? Because you don't even have a real argument. Every piece of what you've said cannot be put together into an actual argument. But in the end, you literally say, for reasons we are smart and everyone's dumb. I'm sorry, but at a point, it just has to be determined that you're trolling the internet pretending to be philosophers. You are faking it. What would be nice is if you would fake actually being able to speak. What would be nice is if you could fake having a basic argument. What would be nice is if you could fake the intelligence quotient into your arguments. Because God help you if UNIRock, who is dumb as a UNIRock, can debunk you this hard, this easy. God help you. Oh, my secondhand smoke will breathe the genius into your ear holes, my secondhand vape. I can't. It's so crazy. It's so crazy. You know why I act so silly all the time? Ever since I started on the internet, I noticed that if I act silly, people aren't going to respect me logically. They're going to immediately assume I'm just an idiot. And they're going to try to get one over on me. So I act as silly as humanly possible constantly. 1, it's fun. 2, it's kind of comedic if you end up liking it. And 3, really dumb people think they're smarter than me if I just act silly. You're not smarter than me. I'm not cocky like you. I don't go around bragging about my IQ or anything else, but you're not. I'm sorry. This is insane. Your debate was just more evidence of it. And if you were smart, you'd be able to understand how dumb old UNIRock beat you on the internet.
This offense versus this offense, but they don't understand.
No, they don't.
That when somebody, this lesser offense is the one that's actually happened to you from this person.
Yeah, they don't. Well, they don't.
Can you please say that again? Because I'm having a hard time not containing my brain from running out of my ears after hearing that.
This lesser offense is the one that's actually happened to you from this person.
Yeah, they don't. Well, they don't.
You don't want to be around them.
They don't see what happens. They don't see the stuff that happens to us. The stuff that we.
The what now? You guys are victims? Hold on. Are you telling me that you're victims? Oh my God. I had no clue that you guys were the victims in this conversation. I could swear you're defending the victimizer here. I could have swore you guys don't know the definition of the word victim. But I'll be damned. You're playing the victim card twice now in this small little conversation. You know, do I need to break it down? Do I need to be able to logically and philosophically explain who the real victims are in the story of Sweet Heathen, Silverfish, and Earl Warden, the people that Earl Warden has done things to, and Nate Brody and the people in Nate Brody's life? Do I need to explain where the real victims are in this story? Because you're literally arguing a man that is charged with what he's charged with. I won't repeat it again, even though I'd love to be able to make my argument even that much better. But the one who is currently charged with what he's currently charged with, doing the things that he did 20 years ago, again, recently to his own infant daughter. Who are the real victims here? Is it you guys because you had some stuff happen on the internet that you read? You know, you do have the option. See, here's the difference, my guy, logically, like philosophically, intelligently, high IQ even. Here's the difference between you guys and Earl Warden's victims. I know you're gonna get mad at me if I don't use quotes on that. Earl Warden's victims. Kabocha. The difference is that you don't have to read those tweets, even though they don't say anything that should even aggravate you, let alone harm you. You don't have to read those tweets, my guy. You chose to read those tweets, and you chose to pursue Nate Brody and chose to tweet him. The man you're defending, his victim, couldn't walk, couldn't talk, but had its life changed permanently due to the actions of Warden. Well, that is if he did it, because he's just accused at this point. In court, he's not just got somebody pointing the finger, he's got a DA charge in his ass. You get me? But let's rewind 20 years. You know those women who were pulled over by Earl Warden impersonating a police officer? I wonder, did they have the option to not read a tweet? Or did they have the option to turn off their laptop? I'm trying to logically and philosophically figure out how you guys are the victim when it was your choice to read a tweet that you say harms you, and the people that you are arguing against not being victims, which is Earl Warden's victims. How in the world did they have a choice when they were pulled over and he had a gun? And I can't tell you on YouTube what he did with that gun. DNA evidence. You didn't read the police report, did you? I did. You didn't read the witness statements, did you? I did. I know what Warden did to those women. I won't read the report, though, here. I won't read it because I'll lose my damn mind. If I do, I have to stop. Keep talking, you guys. I can't talk about Warden.
We see firsthand. This is the knowledge that we have. We don't say these things lightly. We really don't. But I've known what this person.
Well, let's try. I know I'm interrupting him a lot, but you're just going to have to let me interrupt him a lot. Sorry, you're just going to have to let me do it. What would be lightly? What would be you guys taking it lightly? Would you guys taking it lightly be not producing any evidence? Because Nate Brody's already refuted you with hard evidence that you're lying. So would you guys taking it lightly be you guys not producing any evidence to what you're saying and expecting everybody to trust you? That would be, in my opinion, I think that would be the thing. That's like the only thing that can judge whether this conversation is taken lightly or seriously, is whether you show evidence to back your claim. Well, and I get it. You don't philosophically or intellectually understand why, because this entire thing, the conversation, is weighed upon whether you have evidence to prove what you're saying with this claim you're making. So you would need to show it, or else the people listening and watching who have to make up their mind over all the acting and lying and the hey, this, that, and this, and we're victim stuff. We don't have anything to make our mind up with other than your words that you're mumbling. And the last time I trusted somebody off of their words with no explanation, no logic, no evidence behind it, didn't turn out well. I got lied to. So where's your evidence, peeps?
Has done to somebody that I care about immensely. And that to me is egregious. That is something that especially when I 2 years ago, I said I'd never want to do anything with this person ever again.
Now, wait, you just mixed a bunch of stuff together. So you care about Sweet Heathen, and apparently Nate Brody harmed Sweet Heathen, so he's egregious. Now, I understand that you're not philosophical or intelligent enough to understand this crazy UNIRock logic that I'm going to spit at you right now. You think nobody cared about those 4 women back in 1980-something? So you're saying that the weight of whether you should be outraged or angry or mad is how much you care about the person you're speaking of here. Well, there's no difference between you caring about Sweet Heathen and someone caring about this little infant. There's no difference between you caring about Sweet Heathen and the people that cared about the women that were pulled over by Earl Warden. So I have to be able to say to you, if the condition for this judgment is based upon the care that an individual has toward the victim of the issue, yeah, I hate to say it, but again, I can't side with you here. The outrage in this story that you are saying you feel due to the harmful tweets of the current Brody in question should be negligible next to the outrage people feel after hearing the real outrage in this story that has to do with an infant and 4 helpless women that were kidnapped, and I don't want to say anything more.
I washed my hands of them. And
yet, some people don't understand that no
come
means
after
no.
me and harm my friends for 2 years.
Some people don't understand that no means no. You know, Sweet Heathen, I hate doing this to you. But again, I'm just a dumb UNIRock, so I'm going to go ahead and just say all my dumb jargon. Why didn't you tell Steve that no means no when Katie Joy Paulson, about 3.2 weeks after he started making constant video content aimed at her that repeated the same points over and over again, then continued to do it for another 10 months? Why didn't you say that to him back then? I mean, you sat next to him and allowed him to constantly target Katie Joy Paulson with the same 3 tired points for an entire year, and you never once said no means no. In fact, you said Katie Joy sucks, so it doesn't matter if she said no. But we all think you suck. Nate Brody thinks you suck. I don't know anybody on the internet other than that guy who doesn't think you suck. So should anybody care? Honestly? Well, the truth is we do. We do care. We do care that no means no to you when it comes to talking to someone on the internet. We do care. Nate Brody cared, provably, because Nate Brody told you to stop writing him. Yet you didn't. But now you want us to believe that even though you kept writing him, somehow you're the victim and Brody's not. In fact, if I was as SJW in the head as you two are, to think that those tweets could cause you harm without any type of threat, because that's the only argument you'd be able to make, a threat or a dox could cause you harm, I suppose, but not somebody saying, stop talking to me. That's not, and that's what Brody said to you, and you continued to talk. So it makes me think that by your definition, your SJW definition of this, Nate Brody would be the actual victim. And here's the issue when it comes to philosophy and intelligence and discussion and debate. It seems kind of like every argument you guys make on every single subject contradicts your other arguments you've made a few weeks ago. Like you forget what you said, or that you don't really track what you're doing or saying on the internet. Like you're not intelligent enough, smart enough, clever enough. I don't know what it is, but you can't remember your arguments from just a few months ago or even a few days ago half the time. You end up contradicting many of your previous arguments every time the sands of the current situation change. But those of us out there, those of us that are dumb as a rock, we actually are subscribed to and respected on the internet by those that respect us because we track situations nonstop. We have to remember every small detail of every situation to be able to make the videos we make and do the commentary that we do that gives our videos that we make with that commentary value. How can you not track that what you've said tonight literally debunks yourself on every other story you've been involved in an outrage, from Lily Jean over to Katie Joy, over to Non Sequitur, and back again? How do you not see your conflicting arguments in front of your eyes when you speak on these streams?
They trolled Boolinator. Nate was trolling Boolinator on my Facebook page, and then I blocked him. He created fake.
Who cares, my guy? So you're saying if someone trolls someone, then they deserve to be blocked. Well, you need to block Red's Rhetoric. Red's Rhetoric was trolling the entire community, admittedly by him and his two friends, when he held his last fundraiser for a camera mount. He said he didn't even need it, and he only did it to troll UNIRock. So you should want to block him. I can do this all day with you guys. I can bring up contradictions in your behavior and in your applied policy to internet behavior. But if I do, it'll literally be me rambling all night. Let's get this done.
Fake accounts to come back and troll more. I mean, so this is a person who's actively gone after Boolinator, Sweet, and other people. And
so who have you actively gone after and trolled? If we could define trolling in a debate or a discussion that you keep denying me of, I need to put his name up there too. I should just go ahead and put his name next to Red's because he denied me a debate right when Red's did too. Let me go ahead and do that really fast. Sorry, guys. I'm going to put his name up here too. Time since Reds/Steve debate me here. Time since Reds/Steve. Well, let's put Silverfish won't debate me. I don't want to use his name because Red says if I use his name, it's clickbait. Doesn't matter if it's in my title or my tags. Okay. You know, if we did talk, I could own you on every single topic. I haven't even been trying, my guy. Haven't even been trying.
And so, yeah, I would much rather be in the same room with that other.
Steve is so vested in protecting Bull, he did not see that he was paid for 18 months from a business that he was a partner in. Right? Exactly. Bull getting paid by Kyle should just be appreciated because it's not required. Literally, did you hear Red's argument yesterday? Did you know that Reds did a stream today where he's sitting there whining and crying about Shannon Q, Bull, Non-Sec? Want to know why? Because some of his ding-dongs watched my stream last night, and they messaged him and gave him some grief, and then he felt, holy shit, I'm getting grief from my community. I need to defend myself, and that's why he did his dumb stream. You better get used to it, my dude, because more and more and more and more and more of those people that used to be your fans and donators are now getting the information, because there's a reason why I wait amount of time to do a story. Now, if I was a clickbait whore like he says I am, I wouldn't wait to cover a story. I purposely waited. I had your GoFundMe information all the way back when me and Steve first got in our little tiff. Waited a very long time to put it out. Then, after initially putting that out, I've waited a very long time to upload my video on this to actually respond to you so that I could let you make mistake after mistake after mistake after mistake while I'm producing the video. It's worked great, by the way. But if I really wanted to get high views and high clickbait, I would have just rushed something out. You get me? My point is, if you think people are starting to see your bullshit now that you've put on for the last year, oh my God, my guy, you ain't seen nothing yet.
Same thing. So what?
So what? Bull is a troll. He's a liar. He can't stand up for himself or the right thing. So why do we care if he gets trolled a little bit by Brody? If he did, I don't believe it. I think you're taking him arguing with Bull, and I'm sure if we compared the conversation, we would find that both sides seemed equally vested in discussing it, so therefore it was just a conversation. But I'm sure, though, that Bull is an adult. Why do you have to protect him again? Is there something that makes you have to protect him or Reds or someone else? It's kind of freaking weird, my guy.
Just because he's a lawyer and a former New York DA doesn't mean he's a morally upstanding person. He has a...
No, but because this guy did this stuff to his daughter and because of the things he did to those 4 women, it means he's not a moral person or an ethical person for the rest of his existence. And then for the eternity that he spends being tortured by a demon in hell, if we're lucky. If we're lucky, people that act like you and Sweet Heathen and Warden have to pay something for the shit they do when they live. Just something. Not even a lot, just something.
The criminal past, he even said so, that he did a lot of crime in his
Kyle, what's up, my guy?
youth that he just didn't get away, he got away with, right?
Can I read and address the next super chat, please?
Oh, yes, please.
Here it comes. Here it is.
Sarah, yes.
So if you're going to slander someone, give evidence, please.
Oh,
okay.
Here it is. Here's the most disgusting thing that they did. And I know it's taken me a minute to get here, but I could pause this every 3 words and own them in perpetuity.
I think I do the super chat.
Yes, Kyle. Just to get you caught up, they said that they both would rather be in a room with Warden than Nate Brody. Nate Brody, a police officer, a prosecutor, and a current lawyer with no criminal charges who takes care of his kids and wife and is an upstanding individual in his community. They would not ever be alone in a room with him. But both of them, separate, one-on-one, would be perfectly fine being in a room with a man who is currently and actively being charged for doing the R thing to his own infant daughter. Now, this is the same man that was charged X amount of years ago for impersonating a police officer, pulling over a woman, and R-ing her. That person, that impersonator, right there, did it 4 more times to 4 different women. What if he would have done that in your community to someone you know? What if he would have done it to someone that McCrae knows? Do you see how McCrae's logic does not make any sense? McCrae is saying, if you say something on Twitter that hurts Sweet Heathen's feelings, I care about her, so I deem you morally reprehensible and would rather be in a room with Earl David Warden, who is admitted in court and proven and served time for what I just told you and is currently being charged for this. So you realize, McCrae, that it's just as easy that this infant would have been your infant, and it's just as easy as the 4 women that he did this to could have been your woman. Your logic is not just flawed. It's not even just broken. It's not logic. It's not normal. It's sick. It's the opposite, my guy. It's hell shit. This is the kind of stuff that people argue in the courts down in hell, if it ever existed. Like Satan, he's got a whole bunch of courts, and when people get up there, the judge is all like, I forgive you, Warden. Clack. The judge stands up after forgiving Warden for all of his crimes, even though it's videotaped, and says, I hereby deem that every person in hell needs to spend an entire day alone in a room with Warden because he's an upstanding, trustable individual. This is a horror story, my guy, and I'm talking about your logic. I'm talking about your brain's thoughts. The determinations that your intelligence quotient leads you to is a horror story.
It is a super chat.
Where?
Did I miss one? I may have missed one.
How can you
Sorry.
miss Sarah?
Stupid horror energy. Oh, I love you, stupid horror energy.
I love you because, like Warden, you'll give us attention and shout-outs and little bitty dollars here and there. It makes you morally awesome, that it makes us love you. Those couple dollars that float down from the digital sky and land in our lap make us really think you're a moral person, and we love you.
I do too.
Atheism is the idea that your loins will never get moist again.
Oh.
That's a horrible idea.
All right, now read this one.
Did you see his face?
Love you, stupid horror energy. You're awesome.
Yeah.
Rocks are agnostics.
Did you see how he said, ew? Well, I would expect him to start hitting on Sweet Heathen after a super chat like that if this was a normal one, but we're waiting for this last donation. I'm sorry. Here it is. Rocks are agnostic says,
if you're going to slander someone, give evidence, please.
this is what takes it from everything I've already said up to now has completely owned them, has completely demonstrated how flawed their thinking, their logic, their behavior. I could go on, but everything I've said up to now adequately exposes them as really bad people, doing really bad things on the internet to the other people that exist here in the community, the town, the digital space of the internet. Okay? It is enough to be able to expose them, to not support them, to actively attempt to combat what they do in a logical and moral fashion by criticism, and it is complete. I've already completed the circle of criticism to be able to completely expose everything they've said, provably. And I haven't even gotten to the worst part, because they took the worst take, right? So take two people. Let's not say Nate. Let's not say Warden. Take two people and just take their names off and say, this person did what Nate did. This person is a lawyer, a prosecutor, a cop. This person R'd 4 girls by impersonating a police officer and is currently being charged for R'ing his own infant daughter. Those are your two options, right? Then have a discussion. What is the worst thing you could say about these two people to make it the worst take ever? They just gave it to you. They would, if you wrote out the worst take ever that any two people would say that's believable, they just said it, right? So now you say, what could you ever say to make it worse? All of this horrible take, what could anyone add to make it worse? There is nothing, right? There literally isn't anything that could be said to be worse than what we just heard. Nope. They literally double down and they take it home. They've turned the world's shittiest take on a situation into Guinness World Record level shit. Take a look.
That's not slander. That's an opinion.
There's nobody slandering.
And if you want to have a
So anyway, they just said that everything they claimed, where it was not said lightly, that it was meant, that they, all of this stuff, no evidence, but they mean it and everything, isn't slander. It's not, it's just great. It's just perfect. It's an opinion.
About our personal experience.
You know what? People, all they got to do is come to us in private. We will have multiple conversations. I spent 2 hours.
Come to us in private. And even though it looks, everything we just said looks really bad, come to us in private. Because if you come to us in private, we've got secret evidence to show you that will make us right and make all those dumb UNIRocks and criticizers and Nate Brodies of the world wrong. This is the secret evidence. So the reason why I'm playing this for you, lately, he complained about how in the last few months, there's been a lot of criticism towards him where they say that he uses secret evidence to try and win conversations when he's so wrong that he would literally need a 1 in a billion lottery ticket fact to fall out of the sky and land on his lap in order to win the argument. So he would need right now a literal video of Nate Brody doing something really messed up to Sweet Heathen so he could say, ha ha, I got you. We were withholding hard evidence of a crime that he committed towards Sweet Heathen. We're right. You're all wrong. Uni's dumb. Even if, let's just say, they had this gotcha video clip, right? They've got this gotcha piece of evidence. It still would not prove any of us wrong because they purposely withheld it. Got me? But they claim they have the ultimate thing that proves Nate Brody worse than Warden and the ultimate thing that proves that they are not wrong right now. But how does that make sense? How does it even make sense? How does it even equate? But anyway, you're thinking I'm lying. You're literally saying there's no way in hell they said that. That's what I said when I watched this the first time. I wish I wouldn't have watched it because then I wouldn't be talking about it right now. Take a listen.
2 hours last night with snakes, knowing the evidence for Nate. 2 hours.
He sat down after the modern day debate with Snake, the last one, and spent 2 damn hours convincing Snake that Nate Brody is a snake.
And he agrees.
How do you have this much time? How do you do it? You're not planning on like doing a video with Snake and you're educating him on the content you guys are going to do. So how do you have time to do this if you take money on Patreon to be a content creator? How do you got time while still hanging out with your family, still taking care of your kids, still doing your personal responsibilities that you have to do, showering, washing your clothes, keeping your space clean, keeping your computer clean, editing your videos, putting graphics in, writing your next show? How do you do it? How do you give them the content that they deserve for the money they give you while spending this much time slandering Nate Brody? I don't get it.
Yeah.
He fully agreed with some of the shit that Nate has done.
Anybody that we've actually taken, and this is the thing, maybe at some point, maybe this always needs to be put out there.
Well,
Wow, Sweet Heathen, you just hit the nail on the head. You hit the nail on the proverbial head. Oh, shit. I just moved my cord. I'm probably going to lose my mic for 2 seconds. No, it stayed connected. I can't believe it. Yeah, this evidence against Nate Brody that allows you guys to sit here and do this but not be the worst people that exist in the world, it does need to be put out. There's literally no excuse you can't put it out. Why? Because you're the claimed victim. So you're the one who gets to decide whether it should be put out or not. So how does this make any sense? Logically, can we please talk about this? I know it's boring, but let me finish this out. How in the Sam hell could Sweet Heathen not be the one to give permission for this supposed evidence when Sweet Heathen was the claimed target? Sweet Heathen and Steve are, according to Steve and Sweet Heathen, the claimed target of Nate Brody's evilness. The thing that made it literally okay to say all the things they said, all right? You with me? So why is Sweet Heathen saying it needs to be released, but then Steve disagrees and says there's another party that exists who isn't letting them reveal real evidence that Nate Brody deserves this type of thing lobbed at him, this type of accusation, right? Another content creator can't have evidence put out against him to match the claims that are being said due to a magical reason. And the only way that would work is if it had to do with Sweet Heathen, and Sweet Heathen didn't want it put out for some reason. But they are admitting right now that it's not Sweet Heathen. I had to make that point. Let's hear it.
We can stop having this issue.
I want to, but my hands are kind of tied right now.
I know.
So
his hands are tied. He's waiting on something. Now, do I need to say all the different things that he literally has lied about in the last year where he says this thing you just heard is a brand new secret evidence claim from Steve McRae. It's the thing that the community says is a claim to secret evidence. He always says he's got something that proves he has a 50-50. Initially, he said it was a contract, and it was written, and it was real, and that he could show it. But 8 months later, it turned out, and I say this too much, it devolved into a written agreement, it devolved into emails, it devolved into hangout conversations, and when he finally pulled up the hangout conversations, there was no discussion of a 50-50 present at all. And that's why we all know that they didn't have a 50-50. Got me? You don't lie about it and tell this big fake story on it and make people think it so that they'll believe you if it's not true, right? He could have just said he lost the contract. That's not what he said. He said that it was these Google Hangout conversations. That's what he said was a contract the whole time. But if you read the Google Hangout conversations, there's nothing there. Also, Katie Joy Paulson had magical screenshots appear that proved Steve's case against her when he started to get pushback that he was harassing Katie Joy after 8 months. He said they were real. He promised they'd be verified and that we'd be able to use them, and that's why it's okay to talk about them. Even though I said you shouldn't talk about them until they're verified, and we're not going to take them seriously until they're verified, and I stood up to him on it, right? It's the thing that initiated him to start hating me before I criticized him. Anyway, did he ever prove those screenshots? He did have secret evidence that those screenshots were real. He had secret evidence that that contract was real. Never got it. What else has he told a secret? What else has he had secret evidence to prove? Somebody just typed something earlier. If you got it, put it in the chat, because I'd like to get them all out in one nice little sentence before I move on. But somebody stated what he had earlier in the chat about secret evidence. They defend ARPist, yet I'm the one going to physical jail. Kyle, you don't have to worry. Reds is so busted for running Steve's propaganda campaign to convince the internet that you guys had a 50-50 contract after those clips came out that prove that he wanted to get you to sign a contract at the time he was telling everybody he had a contract, that he started to get pushback and had to do a video today making excuses. They busted. You don't got to worry, my guy. All you got to do is get in there and talk to that judge and make sure that he doesn't just like give Steve a default, because if he doesn't have a default, we've already seen all the evidence and there's nothing there that proves a 50-50. If they had evidence on Nate, you don't think they'd be showing it to everyone? Come on. Insidious Vids, I agree with you, my guy. And remind me of that timestamp after we finish. We're almost done with this, okay? No, Steve, Snake doesn't agree. You bored him to death and it was like 4 a.m. and the dude just wanted to go to bed. And he probably just said, yeah, Steve, whatever, and went to bed. And Steve said, yay, I convinced him. Nate's a bad guy. Every person that he told me was a bad person, I went and made sure I talked to him. I went and made sure, or I at least gave him the opportunity to join the Discord and talk to me. Because this is what he does. He puts you on a list if you criticize him or expose one of his lies. And he should be apologizing to people when he lies to him, but instead he does this. What did I do for all of you when I realized that he was lying about Katie Joy Paulson? I stood up and told everybody. Pissed off half the internet. Told everybody. What does he say I did? I'm a flip-flopper. What really happened? I saw Katie's evidence that he was lying about a lot of things, and I put it on my channel. What happened in Non Sequitur when I finally talked to Kyle and Kyle gave me evidence that Steve was lying about Non Sequitur? I put it on my channel and changed my mind. Right? Now, if Steve somehow comes out and proves his case, I know what you're thinking. You're thinking that I won't put his evidence up on my screen and talk about it and agree with them as long as it's shown in the evidence. But I would. I would change my mind, even in favor to Steve, if he had some kind of evidence to back any of his lies that he's told. Because it's not a hate boner. I don't care if Steve... A hate boner is when you're hating on someone regardless of what they're doing. That's what Reds has for me. That's what McCrae has for me, right? That's what McCrae is literally having for Nate Brody right now in this clip. A hate boner for Brody causing all of this. Most basic way to describe it. What is it called when you've got real criticisms for someone and you exercise those criticisms and give them the respect of doing content to show it, to explain it on a simple level so they can get it, and to make sure that the community knows that there's evidence to back it and what there isn't evidence to back about your opinion? That's called being fair and being a commentator. I know that Reds, he's so lack lackadaisical with his understanding of things. He doesn't know the difference between a commentator and other things out there on the internet, but eventually he'll get it. I've got faith. I really don't, but I'm just going to pretend. They're not ready faking the screenshots yet. They don't know how to make the time right, Uni. Please put his evidence up. I want to see it too. Yeah, Kyle, he doesn't have evidence. I was just saying, if he ever produces it, it's going to come to this show, and it's going to be given a serious take. We already know he fakes shit, though. So it would be looked at in a very hard fashion, just like I did with your evidence. Can you imagine having a partner like McCrae or working with that type of a guy? It would be a nightmare with his constant rumbling. Oh, I've experienced it. Towards the end, when I started interrupting him instead of letting him go on when he wasn't making any sense or when he was repeating himself, it would really frustrate him. It would really frustrate him. You should see these clips. They're crazy. You busted it open last night when you looked back over the Kyle confrontation with Steve with Reds and the Bullinator video. F yeah, I did. Try not to curse. F yeah, I did. And I'll do it again. Reds hadn't seen nothing yet. I haven't even dropped the majority of the video clips that prove Red's Rhetoric did this entire lie because he wanted to keep non sequitur and make the money he witnessed when he peeked into the financials. There are so many video clips where Reds and Steve contradict themselves, where they outright lie, where they literally admit to something, like the one I showed last night where Shannon Q comes in and owns them. Then the next day, they're right back to framing Kyle for not paying Steve. He's evil because he didn't pay Steve. No, Steve is evil for telling Kyle he wouldn't accept the check, refusing the check 7 times, and then having the guile to sit on the internet and say it was Kyle's fault that he didn't get paid when things hit the fan for him. That's the evil one in the case. Reds is the evil one for defending Steve in this when he was one of the only people who had direct knowledge of what really happened and yet chose to confuse the internet and lie to the internet to make the internet think that what he saw happen was not true and that his version of events was true. When he started lying for Steve so that he could hope that Steve would get control of non sequitur, and they started to see it coalesce in front of them thanks to idiots like me on the internet that bought their bullshit in the beginning, they thought they had everybody. They never considered that we would find the evidence and actually call them out because he'd been privating it. Luckily, it got saved on other channels. Luckily, we've got those clips, and now the internet's starting to see them. Yesterday, I asked Red on his live stream, he mentioned that rockAlot is demonizing them, but he did the same by nominating everyone behind Kyle for DFOTY awards. GE, Katie, Kyle. I'm not demonizing Reds because if I was, there's literally good content and funny content I could make demonizing him. Literally calling him out for the things he's doing. I could make some great content with it. What's weird here is that he thinks he can win the argument saying he's being demonized after the way he's treated flatties. By making his own argument, he is debunking his entire presence on the internet. Because literally, you've got to apply that same logic to what he does then. So what is it that he does to flat earthers when he has, instead of like a comedic response or funny things that he says or whatever, instead, he's just sitting up on the screen insulting everybody for 2 hours, saying how stupid they are, right? Saying how unethical these flat earthers are. FE Core is unethical. That's what they are, right? Unethical, my dude. You're the literal mastermind of unethical behavior here on the internet. I'm not going into it. The best part was Reds saying Steve doesn't make it look like it's about money. You don't even understand. I have been going through that one live stream where he responded to UNIRock and owned him. You know, the one about the GoFundMes with Sean. And you can't make it a minute there without busting out laughing over the bullshit they're spitting. Literally, there are factual recordings of these guys. Literal recordings on their own channels. They didn't even bother to delete them. That contradict what they're saying on this shit. Yet they think that if they lie hard enough, that all of us are just going to be like, Reds, you didn't rip off everybody. It's okay that you did a GoFundMe campaign to troll the whole internet when you were mad at Uni. That doesn't prove that you are flippantly holding GoFundMe campaigns. Reds, yay. It's okay that you asked for over $170,000 and received over $70,000 in just a couple years between like 5 people. Yay, we love you. When you could have just done YouTube content like the people you criticize, to put the salt on the wound of Reds. He puts down creators that actually put time into sitting here doing content. He's the easiest debunk I've ever done. And I've debunked Nathan Oakley. I've debunked Quantum Eraser. I've debunked Jordan Sather. He's pretty easy. Reds is by far the easiest debunk I've ever had. But I don't want to talk about it. I've got a video coming out tomorrow. Then I got a full documentary on his ass coming out. And it takes a lot of work to get it done. So I got to get through this. You know what I'm saying?
Somebody else takes the initiative and they say, you know what, this is time. Because I've said, look, I'm not going to do anything until somebody else does. When they decide it's right, we'll move forward. But I'm not going to. Yeah. I made a promise, and so I'm going to keep it. But if you people, we have this stuff
hold on.
in private, sure.
Hold on, buttface. So you're saying that you can publicly accuse Nate Brody and publicly damn him as someone who harms your loved ones and sweet heathen, and you have evidence that proves it, that you'll only show people who reach out to you, come to you, and then sit down and talk to you. Why aren't you putting it out if you're publicly accusing him? Because you did publicly accuse him right here. That's what this whole clip is about. It's what this entire thing is about. Now, to these two, it's just, why is everybody getting so mad about our stream over a few seconds of something we said about Nate Brody and a couple seconds of what I said in the in the modern day debate about Nate Brody? Why is everybody so mad about that? We were just talking. We were just hanging out. You know, it doesn't matter. I mean, we just talked, and you accused him of crimes and framed him as an abuser of your family and of women. Nate has had to take time out of his day to be questioned over this. You're nasty. You're evil. This is mean. I don't care who it is. If you're going to get up on a screen and accuse them of all this stuff and yet won't pull together rebuttals to your bullshit because you guys act like you deserve weeks of my time to put together an exposed video on your fundraisers. Uni's got to show every little tiny detail and every little thing. Like, he can't just like call us out for it and let the audience go look at it since it's so obvious. He's got to call us out. So I've done it. I've sat down and crafted an entire series calling all of you out. I did that. I'm doing that. It's actually been fun. It's going to be some really fun content. But you don't even give us the respect. You don't even give Brody the respect of showing any of the evidence that proves he's done this. And yet you're a good person and everyone else sucks. My guy, Brody deserves to be defended. Any channel that discusses, okay, first of all, any channel that has Red's Rhetoric on it recently deserves to pull this shit up and call out these guys. Oh, don't blame Reds for Steve's bullshit. Reds is helping him do all of this. He admitted it. I know he said he wouldn't talk to me about Steve McRae because I have a hate boner against Steve McRae. I know he said that, but there's a reason why he said each of the things he said. He said those things because he knows that those are very big points to be used in a debate against him. He needs to be questioned over his role in stealing non sequitur, trying to steal non sequitur, in having a flippant court case that's all paid for by the community. No, it's not, Uni. It's only paid for by a rich guy in Australia. Well, the rich guy actually is part of the community, and there's a lot of money that's been given to them in donation form for non sequitur, to get Kyle, to get non sec back, waiting for non sequitur show to get back, helping non sequitur show get back. One of the biggest lies told in some of the smallest regions of the internet, and smartest, one of the biggest lies that conned some really smart people. Though, the topic is, did you hear what he just said? Let's go back 10 seconds. Oh, stop it, Bizzy, or you're fired. Let's go back 10 seconds because he literally tells you why he can't give you the evidence against Nate Brody that makes him a criminal right here. Here's the evidence that makes Nate Brody a criminal. And he tells you why he can't show you here.
I've said, look, I'm not going to do anything until somebody else does. When they decide...
I know.
First off, I need to do this because it's true. It's truthful. It matters. It really does. Where is it? It shouldn't be there. Is it in the first one? I need to do this. Okay, first off, watch his body language when he says this, because I'm calling him straight out. This is a bold-faced lie. Now, also, this is his secret evidence against Nate Brody. So I think every time that he's given secret evidence, he also uses this body language, and I think it's when you can tell he's lying. Take a look.
I know.
So when
there's
somebody
things,
else takes the initiative and they say, you know what, this is time. Yeah, I would much rather be in the same room with that other guy, David, and Sweet, same thing. So what? I mean, just because he's a lawyer and a former New York DA doesn't mean he's a morally upstanding person.
And just because you wear the same shirt on the internet every day, the same overshirt on the internet every day, on every stream, everything, you don't even do like me and change it every other stream or every 5 streams, you aren't morally reprehensible either. Just because you say you do your due diligence doesn't mean it, and that's how we all know you don't. And just because you say Nate Brody is a criminal over this bullshit with what's her name doesn't mean he is.
He has a criminal.
He even harkens back to when I trolled Nate Brody calling him a criminal, and tries to use it factually.
Past, he even said so, that he did a lot of crime in his youth that he just didn't get away. He got away with, right?
Can I read and address the next super chat, please?
Oh yes, please, from Sarah. Yes.
So if you're gonna slander someone.
Oh God, I went back too damn far. Oh no, this is it. Is this it? Oh, from Sarah. Oh God, it's Sarah. Oh, it has a girl's name. Oh my God, a girl talks to me on the internet, and since they won't talk to me in real life, woo, baby.
One, give evidence, please.
Oh,
okay.
No, I'm sorry. I got to do the super chat.
You didn't give evidence. How are you even getting flustered? You haven't given evidence.
It is a super chat.
Where? Oh, no, you missed
did I
one.
miss one?
You forgot. He never runs his stream. He usually has someone else doing it. He has no clue how this works.
I may have missed one.
How come
Sorry.
it's Sarah?
Stupid horror energy. Oh, I love you, stupid horror energy. Rockstar Agnostic says, if you're going to slander someone, give evidence, please.
That's not slander. That's an opinion.
There's nobody slandering.
And if you want
is he drunk? What is this? But watch his body language, please, when he starts going in to the point that I was saying, when he starts going into the person who's stopping him. He has a secret person who's stopping him from putting out the evidence that Nate Brody harmed Sweet Heathen. He's about to give it. Listen and watch his body language, please.
Evidence.
About our personal experience.
You know what? People, all they got to do is come to us in private. We will have multiple conversations. I spent 2 hours last night with Snake showing the evidence for Nate. 2 hours. And he agrees.
Yeah.
I want Snake on this show. Sorry, I'll put it right back on. One of you has to know how to get a hold of Snake. One of you has to know how I can get this guy on the show. I want Snake on my show. Hashtag Snake, come talk to me. I'm a nice guy. I'm going to be as nice. I like you. I think you argued very well against him. And I would love to have you on, get you a little attention for your channel, and ask you what the hell is the evidence against Nate Brody that he's lying about here? Because I want to know. I want to know the evidence against Nate Brody. And according to him, you have seen all of it. We need it. We need it.
He fully agreed with some of the shit that Nate has done.
Anybody that we've actually taken, and this is the thing, maybe at some point, maybe this all just needs to be put out there so we can stop having this issue.
I want to, but I've been...
Okay, watch his body language here, because you know what I think? I think Sweet Heathen hasn't even seen it herself. I think she's been told what it is. I think he's told either, one, she's either lying, or two, he has told her that he has this, this, and this, and she just believed it because she's brainwashed by him. So either way, whether she's lying or whether she's brainwashed, he is telling her that he has something that proves this about Nate Brody. All of us know it's bullshit. So watch his body language. This is what he does when he starts really, it's like a cheerleader. Harken back when you were in high school, and there was always a cheerleader that walked up to you, or a really ditzy girl, sorry, not all cheerleaders are ditzy, but there was always this one girl that you talked to who sounded like this. Like, totally, I was like driving on Wednesday and a car ramped like 100 feet in air and like did a backflip, and I was like, whoa, that car just did a backflip. And you always know that they're lying to you when they tell you a story. The mannerisms of that girl are the same mannerisms that he's going to use. You tell me if I'm wrong, okay? Maybe I just have weird people around me when I was growing up, but I swear to you, it's like a girl cheerleader from high school telling a story and going into this big imaginary thing with the body language she uses. And watch him. My
hands are kind of tied right now.
I know.
So
there's some
when
there's
somebody
some
else
things,
takes the initiative and they say, you know what, this is time. Because I've said, look, I'm not going to do anything until somebody else does. When they decide it's right, we'll move forward. But
this is the same argument he used about Katie's screenshots. This is the same argument he used about every fake thing he's ever pushed. He always does this. When he gets a lot of a controversy, he got a big blowback from accusing Nate Brody during the modern day debate. In fact, I think this entire stream was motivated by how much of a blowback he got for saying that about Nate Brody on the modern day debate.
I'm not going to.
Yeah.
I know. I've never talked to a cheerleader. I know. I'm lying.
I promise, and so I'm going to keep it. But if
Thank you, David. 2:30:50. We're gonna go there as soon. We're almost at the very end of this. We're going there.
we have this stuff in private, sure. Yeah, that's not slander. Learn the difference.
It is slander. It is slander. You've publicly slandered him. You're literally saying, I'm not going to give you evidence, but you have to believe me that Nate Brody is this. Maybe someday the clouds will cause a lightning bolt to align that will strike the computer that holds the magical video that proves this and release it to the internet, like it did with the Death of Non Sequitur show, like it did with the evidence against Katie Joy, like it did with all the other lies that you've told that you accidentally leaked out when you really didn't accidentally leak anything out. You purposely did it to try to further the fake shit about your arguments.
No,
I didn't say that he did. He did a bank robbery. What I said.
No, you said that he harmed your loved ones, your family, you and Sweet Heathen. Harmed. You are insinuating it was physical, but even if you're not insinuating it's physical, if you're just lying there, you did say he harmed them. There's no way around it. Direct quote, he harmed them.
Said was
no, example, and we don't need to dwell on him either.
Yeah.
Why are you changing the subject, Sweet Heathen? Why are you changing the subject here? He needs to explain what Nate did and how it's harming.
The point is that we can focus on what was said here.
Yeah.
For everyone's benefit, because this person makes a fair point to a degree. If we're talking about the comments, we should stick with the content in the comments.
If you're talking about Nate Brody harming somebody, you should stick with the content of proving that Nate Brody harmed somebody. Yeah, ding-dongs. Again, with your faulty logic.
And not talk.
You don't even apply what you say in your own streams to the other parts of your streams. You use different logic to argue everything. And you stand up and say, I've got a PhD and a big hat that you wear when you graduate college and a robe and shit. I'm a superhero.
Talk about other stuff.
That'll be the next one. Jamie Russell, $2. Hi, Steve.
Change the subject.
Super horror energy. A stupid horror energy has too much.
Can you talk?
Money. Okay, so super horror energy, Sarah. Well, Sarah does she does pretty well.
Anyway, I think it's over. I can't take it anymore. I want to punch my ears off.
Ear level. Thank you. I got a new number.
No ear there.
I need a sound.
No ear now.
Happens. I need.
Yeah, you have to get like some cool in it.
Oh, you got to hear this. Are you ready? You want to hear this? You ready to hear this? You ready to get? You ready to get some disco music playing? You ready for some 80s porno music in the background?
Or something. We'll talk.
Are you ready for Bizzy to put on a thong? Are you ready for peanut butter and crack? Bizzy?
Yeah, well,
can you make some cool noise, Sweet?
Oh my God, he is a simp. You know what I say when I want my girl to make a cool noise? I'm not going to tell you because it's really manly. I would never say, "Could you make a cool noise, Rachel?" I can't do it. I can't do it. Hold up. I'll do it without laughing. I'm sorry. Rewind. Because it's really manly. Oh, sorry. I went too early. Okay. Because it's really manly. I'd say, I would never say, "Will you make a sexy noise, Rachel?" Dolphin noises. I'm sorry. I'll shut up now.
Can I make some cool noise?
Okay.
But I gotta see it again.
Well, that happens. Anything.
Yeah, you have to get like
do
some
it again,
cool animation
please.
or something.
Zoom in on it.
I'll hook you up. Well, I'll help you.
Could you make some cool noise, sweet?
Oh my God! I'm so spot on. Could you make a really cool noise, sweetie?
Can I make some cool noise? Well, that's if you.
She's like, did he just do it again? Do you hear her voice? That's the voice of. Did he just do that again live? Is he doing it again?
Make me make some cool noise.
Well, can you just like do it?
You've got to make me like, oh my God, bro. Hold on. Let me tell you what she really said. Did he just do that again? You've got to make me make a cool noise. Oh, no. Please, no, God.
Can I make some cool noise? Well, that's if you make me make some cool noise.
Well, can you just like do like maybe like a 3-second moan of something?
I'm watching Simpville. I'm literally watching Simpville. Could you do like a 3-second moan or something sexual? I forget what it sounds like. I really don't know. I swear it's been so long since I've seen a 3-second moan from a woman in pleasure. But what does a woman sound like when she's in pleasure? Could you make that noise right now on my live stream, please, while we slander Nate Brody? Do you mind?
If you make me make some cool noise.
Well, can you just like do like maybe like a 3-second moan of something? Maybe.
God help
does
me,
chat
I'm
want
going to
that?
hell.
Do you want a sound of me moaning for when people join the channel?
That's
Oh my God, bro. It's Simpville. This is a literal sitcom. We're looking at this all wrong. It's all fiction. This is internet fiction. The title is Simpville, and this is just a literal script being played out in front of us of a TV show.
like maybe like a 3-second moan of something.
Like a 3-second moan of something. I would just enjoy that philosophically so much, my dear.
Does chat want that? Do you want a sound of me moaning for when people join?
I'm gonna say something to impress her. Say something to impress her. Say something to impress her. Wow, that was a dumb question.
That's yeah. Let's ask that on a live feed. Like that's not gonna.
Yeah, let's make that noise now, sweet heathen. I got $10 for you.
Be the case. Come on. Yeah.
Did
Okay.
you
So
forget
if you
about
want
the
her to do a
noise?
3-second moan.
No, I knew it. Did you forget about the noise? Did you forget about the noise? If you want the 3-second moan, I'm not going to let this go. I'm going to keep repeating this 3-second moan thing forever until she does it. Please don't do it, sweet heathen. Please, God. I can't take it. I can't take any more.
Every time somebody becomes a member or super chat.
Do you mind moaning for 3 seconds when somebody joins my channel? That would reward them. They would actually do it then.
Tell us now.
Yeah, one in the chat if you want me to moan for super chats. And
no, what's the no? Is it 2? Is 2 the no? Please, God.
2 if you know.
Please, God, say there are 2. Say 2, please.
It's totally pimping sweet out. They want you to bark. Oh, God.
I do have daddy issues, so whatever you say, Steve. That's what I got.
We're going to compare. I don't know how many 1s or 2s they're going to get. We're going to compare. If you want her to moan, put a 1. If you don't want her to moan, put a 2 in my chat, and we'll see how many 2s or 1s we get compared to how many 2s or 1s they get. Go. Go.
I gotta do.
I want you to bark.
You want me to bark?
Oh, my God. I swear to God, we're watching Simpville. This person said, do it, I paid.
Are you calling me a bitch?
Tom's like, no way, no how, no way, nowhere, no way.
People, I hate you all.
Oh my God, that's a lot of twos. I didn't know there was that many people watching right now. You guys are actually there. You're here. Hi, guys.
It's so funny. It's Manya and Sarah both going, yes, yes, yes.
Is it the same person doing it over and over?
Oh my God, hilarious. Martin C, $5.
Why can't you make an actual badge? Why can't you make a badge for these people? They're paying money here. Can you give them an actual badge?
Canadian. Why do some
I'd give her super chats just for her to shut up.
people conclude atheism is not a belief system?
Yeah, Steve, why don't you moan for 3 seconds and use that as an appropriate noise?
Agnostic and atheism contextually only part of a belief.
So there was a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How many twos did we get from different people? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. And literally, it is 3 a.m., late as hell. I didn't even start the stream until like midnight. And if I would have started it at 8, we'd probably have hundreds and hundreds of people here. Just there's something that tells me that they are having some issues over in McRae land. Oh, by the way, do you remember all those arguments that certain ding-dongs gave me about turning on member-only chat or whatever? That's all I've ever done is turn on member-only chat. Well, you do realize by turning off the like-dislike ratio, you are 100% provably squashing the criticism against your video. This is the main tool people use to criticize you on your channel, and you know it, and I know it. I haven't heard any of the ding-dongs that hang out with him give him shit about this. I haven't heard any of them give him shit about the like-dislike ratio being turned off, but they are willing to say, I am squanching criticism from my channel because member-only mode is on. A privilege, a benefit of my channel gets turned on, and I'm squashing criticism. This dude literally turns the ability to like and dislike off. Now, on top of that, I don't delete your comments. They track my deleted comments. There's been a total of 3 that I know of in the last year or some shit deleted from any of my channels. Got me? Steve also has his channel tracked. There are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds every few freaking days that get deleted from his channel. Yet, and this is publicly known, they don't criticize him for it. But me turning on member-only mode to Red's Rhetoric is me squashing criticism.
Belief system, very stoned at the moment. No, atheism is not a belief system. It's not a religion. Atheism is basically...
Atheism can be a belief system, but beliefism, Mr. I can't even talk, Mr. Philosophical Intelligent Man. If an atheist believes fully that there is evidence God doesn't exist, then he has some kind of belief system to his belief in atheism. Though the majority, the actual majority of atheists who lack a belief due to having no evidence to lead them to the conclusion that God exists is what means that it's not a belief system because it's a lack. It is a zero. It is a nothingness. People who are atheists because there's no evidence have nothing that has led them to believe that there's a God. There's nothing that's led them there. There's a lack of the stuff. So there's no road. There's no rope. There's no thing. There is nothing. A zero. That is a lack of belief. That is not a belief system. But stating that you have some type of evidence that proves that there is no God, not that you lack evidence, that you contain a piece of evidence that proves there's no God, is a belief system, my guy. Because that evidence doesn't exist, and it's just like people saying they've got evidence that a God does exist. Whatever, though, you're the philosopher. I'm just a dumb UNIRock.
Towards one proposition. There are other uses, obviously, but it's not. I would never call atheism a belief system. I have argued that atheism...
You would never call it a belief system. You've got to be kidding me. It is provably a belief system in a very, very, very small percentage of instances.
Seems to entail other things. It'll imply, I shouldn't say the word entail, that's a logical word, but it implies...
Literally, have you just read Wikipedia or a dictionary? I know more about philosophy than you do, and I don't study it. I haven't studied it since college. Maybe I should actually study it. Maybe I should actually pick up philosophy for a week and then sit down and do some content, and let's compare my content to yours. Let's see whose is better. Because I think I already have a pretty damn good grasp of it, my guy. Literally just from thinking about it. Then again, though, I could be wrong. I only have, 12 actual qualifications. I only have like 12 of them. I'm only trained for like 12 different things on a college or above level there to be able to say that I have a qualification. Unlike you, who I've not heard one other than nuke school.
Certain other epistemic commitments, it seems. Now, that's a whole different ballgame, but I would never say that it's a belief system, no.
Wow, I'm already defeated you. I've already defeated you in the realm of philosophy of atheist discussion, because I could debate it to you and prove it to everybody that in the instance of an atheist that is defined as an atheist who believes God does not exist based on evidence, they are withholding a belief system, and therefore you just made the most basic flaw in your damn descriptor here. But then again, you don't believe that there are multiple definitions to atheism. Oh wait, that's what you used to say. Then you changed it that you do believe. Then you went back to not. Then you went to do, so we don't know. I'm done. What's the timestamp? I believe it was 2 hours and 30 minutes and some seconds. Type it again for me. I'll try to cue it up. Type it again. Great point, Uni. Where is his credentials? He's already shown he can't even use the IEP and SCP right. What a clown. And 2:30:53. Can we start at 2:30:02, or will it be too much torture on your ears to hear an additional 30 seconds of Cheshire speaking? Because it's already going to torture me into a headache tonight. In fact, I'm going to go get some Motrin. Give me a second. I'm not playing. I'm taking some damn Motrin before we continue. If you think I'm joking, peeps, I ain't. Because I already know I'm about to have a headache. It's late, and I just realized it was late, so I need another 30 seconds. Give me 30 seconds, please. If you have to leave, I love you and I'll miss you, but I will be back in 30 seconds. Sorry. It's we've been streaming for a couple hours though, so no biggie. Be right back. Just chill with me. Give me a second, please. Okay, I honestly need to play some Tarkov soon, so we're going to watch this clip, and then we're going to get done and start chilling. All right, here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go. 2:30. Let me go up to the 30 mark because it was 2:30:50.
We'll talk about it. I don't care. If you want to just like put slander out there, there's so many videos out there about me right now.
Yeah.
Wait, wait. What now? Wait, what? What did you say? What was that?
Talk all day. If you disagree with me, like we'll talk about it. I don't care.
I highly doubt you would talk to me. I highly doubt you would talk to me about any disagreement. You will judge me if I try to contact you literally just based on what they have told you about me with no evidence. I'd love for you to actually prove their case against me by using my clips because I've made them all available to you.
If you want to just like put slander out there, there's so many videos out there about me right now.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Are you kidding me? What? What add-on is Uni using for showing subscribers in the comments section, sub count, etc.? Steve using it too. It's called Streamlabs. Now wait. I'm about to hook you up. I'm going to hook you up, and I only want one thing from you. Not only will I give you this link that will allow you to download a program that will help you manage these widgets in your stream while you stream. But after you download this, hold on, I'm grabbing it for you right now. It will donate to my show for free because I am an affiliate. I am partnered with Streamlabs. I'm a Streamlabs All-Star. I'm in their Discord server with the devs and the other streamers. Here's a link in the chat. It is streamlabs.com/slobs, SLOBS/D/4420479. It's in the chat. You just got to copy and paste it. That will take you to a program that you download that will allow you to record and to put overlays. It'll allow you to record. It'll allow you to put the overlays in like that and like the chat and the other things like that. It'll allow you to do your pop-ups. It'll do it all within one managed program. That program will allow you to stream. It will allow you to record. It'll allow you to do everything that I do, and it is absolutely free. Not a single charge. And for free, without you doing anything, just downloading it. It'll donate to me if you use my link to download and create your account. It'd really help. I've already made money off of it. It's actually like very kind of them because you're downloading it for free and they're paying me for referring you. And the reason I'm telling you this, if you use my ID and download Slobs and you have any issue, you can let me know and I will make you a tutorial, because I'm doing a tutorial series coming up. And I want to do tutorials that new people using Streamlabs and recording software will value. So I will use your suggestions if you download it with my link, and I'll make a tutorial to help you with things you encounter that you need help with. So let me know.
It's funny to me. I'm like, oh, like, look at these people giving me attention. They think.
Oh, and it's good for anyone in my chat that wants to do that. Of course, you are offered it too.
I'm important. That's really cute.
Well, I don't know why it would make you feel important to have somebody make a video calling you out on the internet for slandering somebody, lying about somebody, and accusing somebody of a crime in which they didn't commit at all with zero evidence. Now, if you got any evidence towards Brody and you want to make an exposed video, I'm behind you doing that. But if Brody wants to make a video exposing you for lying, I'm behind him doing that too. Whoever's got the evidence, whoever can prove their case, I'm behind it. He smashed you today, though. Now we know why you do this, though. We kind of can tell why you lie about Brody and won't show the evidence that Brody did this, because you're just doing it for attention.
You're somebody now. Judge gets it too.
Yeah.
Listen, okay.
This is such a good thing, isn't it? It's such a good thing to have the entire internet look at you guys like you're lolcows and like you are hypocrites.
We're out there.
There's been a progression since I showed.
Okay, before I play this, Tornedge, thank you. That is kind. I appreciate you, and I mean it. It really helps, because Streamlabs, seeing if I got my Streamlabs sweater over here. Streamlabs is really kind. They send me sweaters. They send me t-shirts and stuff. They have allowed me to join their server, and they're really awesome, and I just appreciate them so much. It's just really, really cool to be recognized by one of the top companies for live streamers. So they're very awesome. Now, this was donated, this timestamp, for me to watch. Because somebody was nice enough to donate $5 and asked me to watch and react to this timestamp, under the fair use article in the description, of course, like with the rest of this video, that's what I'm doing.
Showed up, and it's like a 1, 2, 3 step. First step is they don't like me because, well, first they don't know who I am.
Well, I do know who you are, so whatever.
Then they automatically don't like me because I'm agreeing with Steve.
No, actually they don't not like you automatically because you agree with Steve. We don't like you because we know what you're agreeing with Steve on, and we disagree with you, but go ahead.
Then they start disliking me because I demonstrate how they're all rape apologists.
You have not demonstrated how anybody is an RA. In fact, to the contrary, Nate Brody's video, which it's ironic you would even say this, Nate Brody's video proves that you and Steven Reds are RAs because you lied to protect the ARPist. The clips are on Nate Brody's channel. It's called An Interview with Chief Espinosa or something like that.
Yeah, they don't like
now the thing is,
give them what they get.
Even to now, they don't actually dislike me because of me. They still dislike me because of Steve. Like I said.
Well, I can actually completely debunk you, but I'm going to actually listen to this comedy routine, this troll routine for a minute before I do it.
These are people who've been stalking and harassing Steve for 3 years over a semantic
I think you're
argument.
I think you're on your own hate group for some of the things you
Almost. I'm getting there.
You're working on it. Yeah,
I'm close. I'm getting there, and I'm fine with that. The thing is it's all about being disliked by the right people. On the other hand, though, like I
Well, how is it that people that you advertised, liked, shared, talked very highly of, oh, me, for over, what, a year, can all of a sudden out of nowhere be flopped over literally for your reasons? No evidence, no points, no proof, just for no reason at all other than Uni sucks? You're making a lot of sense, Chesh.
Like I said, these are people.
Does Matt Dillahunty not like you yet? Because I didn't know you had it.
And stalked. I doubt you watched my video. Steve is hated and stalked for 3 years.
Well, that's what you tell people. That's what you told me to make me not listen to Nate Brody at first. But actually, Brody can prove that you're lying about him right now. And here's how it works. When somebody is a liar, that they're a liar. So they're going to lie about being a liar. So you have to actually look at the actual content. So what are you showing me here, Cheshire? Where's your clip to show you've been stalked? Where's your clip to show how unfairly you've been treated? Where's the proof from the people? Where's the damn evidence here that backs up your claim on any of this? That's right. You're literally referring to the evidence that McCrae says that he has. You are referring to the secret, hidden evidence that can't be released. Because I have actual clips that prove why I disagree with Steve. This entire stream shows you why. And it's explained so well that even a grade schooler could understand it. But I don't understand why you can't understand it.
On varying other channels, people who literally follow him from all the way from YouTube to Facebook to wherever he happens to be showing up.
That's complete effing bullshit. Steve is the loudest person on social media anyone has ever seen. If anyone is doing anything there that deserves criticism, it's him. Sorry.
Using not just his name for views, but it's all a semantic argument that they say is unimportant and Steve is.
Why, if this is true, is his like-dislike ratio turned off? Why, if this is true, are the majority of comments negative towards him, the ones he hasn't deleted yet? How is this true, Cheshire? Wouldn't Steve actually have a following if this was true? How is Steve's following a majority of hate follows? How do you know that, Uni? He left his like-dislike ratio off once. After like 6 hours or 5 hours until he turned it back on to hide it, he had 8 thumbs up and like 80 thumbs downs. There's a reason why he's hiding this. He's got you, Manya, and the rest of these people that agree with him that'll hit the like button, but you guys don't even care about him enough to hit the like button all the time. You get me? So like me, I've got thousands of people that if they click my video, will hit the like button. You've got 10 that if they care enough to click every video, will hit the like button. And you've got thousands of people that come in who potentially are going to hit the downvote. So on Modern Day Debate, he forgot to streams with published likes, dislikes, 13 likes and 70 dislikes, says Melina. Well, the one I saw had 8 upvotes and around 70 or 80 or whatever it was I said downvotes. Your number is almost exactly like mine. Kind of lends credence that he might have 5 to 10 actual supporters, 15. The views he gets are hate views. People are watching him because he's a lolcow. I literally predicted this in November. When he started to behave like one publicly. He was behaving like one behind the scenes a lot, and nobody knew. Then when he started doing it more in the open, I called him for what he was. You're just like Darkside Phil. You're just like Wings of Redemption. The longer you stay on the internet, the bigger it's going to get. But it's not going to be this awesome, like, philosophical audience watching you. You've got your people who laugh at you because of how comical it is that you guys have still convinced yourself of this. It's comical. Your chat doesn't even move anymore. It barely moves. And it's always the same people. Look at this. Cheshire, you literally got to type 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things. Barely have anyone pop in around it. It moves so slow because you don't have people there supporting you. I'm not being mean. You did this to yourself. This speech is another thing people look for so they can laugh. Because we know you don't feel this way. When you lay down at night, your conscience is eating at you like, you know, you lied earlier today when you said that shit in that stream. And it's keeping you up at night.
Is dumb for having. And yet they will not let it go for 3 years. The fact
she's triggered. Oh my God. She is triggered. You know why she's triggered? Because of modern day debate. You know why she's triggered? Because she knows she's lost it all due to her actions. She knows that she's a big reason why it's all gone.
that we're giving these people any fucking time, or that anyone is giving these fucking people any time or any kind of platform, is absolutely fucking slow in the mental capacity. You have a hole in your brain, you dense motherfuckers.
You're really triggered, Chesh. I am not given a platform like you guys are through the people that you leech off of. I have my own platform. It's why I had no qualms once I had enough evidence to do it, to stand up and call you guys out. And I did, provably.
Honestly, I'm questioning even why we're having this conversation now.
We're not gonna move on.
Yeah. I'm moving on now because, like, that's what I thought the whole time. That's what I thought the whole time. Yeah. Whoopsie.
Talking about these people.
Because other people force us to have this conversation.
That's the thing, exactly.
People like modern day debates. People like any places that allow these people to fucking do this
this is what
shit.
Why is it that Cheshire doesn't think that she should be banned? She's a troll. She admits to trolling. She's saying that if you troll them, then you deserve to be banned. Well, you troll all kinds of people. You know why she's mad? She just told you. Because modern day debate lets people chat. Modern day debate won't block 1,000 people. They won't listen. They won't enlist their Twitter block list. They won't bow down to Steve's rules of the internet.
Because we have to address it now. People are in our fucking are in this fucking comment section right now asking about this shit.
Well, that's because you went to modern day debate and made fools out of yourselves. What are you talking about? There's barely anybody in your comment section. It's barely moved. There it is. See that thing I showed you? It's barely moved here, my peeps. You are literally... There's no way you really feel this way. There's no way. Semantic argument confirmed. Oh, this dude's been trolling them for a month. Tokyo Community University has been trolling Steve for an entire month, and yet they haven't kicked him. Look right here. Look at Tokyo. Look, Steve sure loves semantic arguments. They literally only have trolls in there other than the 5 or 10 people that bother to watch. Just found the rockAlot. Has the coverage of the fundraisers with them affected donations to new fundraisers since then? I would say yes, but then again, I'd have to ask the people who track it. I'll ask them. That's a good question. I didn't think about that. It'd be a good point to make.
And now we have to address it, and it takes up so fucking much of our time. Well,
I believe so. I believe it has from what I've seen, but then again, I've not seen much recently, so I'll have to look into it.
Have been viewing regularly are being like, why the fuck are we talking about this again? It's because these fucking sea lioning, neutral ass lion people.
Oh, did she say sea lioning? Did she say sea lioning? She did say sea lioning, right? Okay, sorry. Keep going.
Pieces of shit do not fucking do, 1, a lick of research on who they're fucking bringing on. 2, don't give a shit about anybody except their own fucking viewership to allow people to just steamroll the fuck out of this neutral platform, which is...
What do you think a neutral platform is? They literally just gave their opinion. That's all. People gave their opinion on modern day debate, and you are triggered because of it. You want to know why you're triggered? I could break it down there, my friend. Turn on the music, Bizzy. The reason why you're so triggered, Cheshire, is because when those people gave their opinions on modern day debate, it reminded you how much of an audience you guys have lost. The whole thing. You've lost the support of the non sequitur crowd. You've lost the support of the teen mom crowd. You've lost the 3 people from the, what's her name, Lily Jean crowd. You've lost all of it. And the people who criticized you like Nate Brody are popping off People like me on the internet are popping off. Or, well, actually, I'm just doing the same I've always done. I've always had streams that are around 400, 500, 600 people at least once a week. And then the other majority of the week, I get anywhere between like 80 and 200 on an average stream. That's normal for years for me. I got the same viewership I've always had. The only people that don't watch my show are a few people that are on your, little train. But in all reality, I came out in the positive from working with you because your viewers were evidence-based. I maintained more of your own viewership than you did after I criticized you. Provably. You know all those PhDs you talk about? Those are included.
Is not neutral because they don't fucking know what neutral is and refuse to fucking educate themselves.
She's literally yelling about James. She's mad at James.
To fucking just fuck.
I do want to.
Oh my God, she is liberal triggered. She is literally Twitter SJW triggered. Hold on. She's this. Hold up. Triggered liberal SJW. Come on, I need the picture. Oh, here we go. Where is the pictures? I need the memes. I need the memes of the triggered liberal. Hold on. Triggered liberal. Oh, there it is. This is you, Cheshire. Oh my God, that really looks like you. That really looked like the speech you just gave. Yeah. Oh yeah, that one. No! Donald Trump got elected president! No! Steve McRae lost his audience!
I want to say one thing. The semantic argument that Chester's talking about is on their end. They're the people that argue.
No. The semantic argument is provably on your end. And I understand more of philosophy and atheism than you do. I will prove myself, the dumb as a rock old UNIRock, that you're wrong and that your atheist argument is just early level semantics of a basic debate. But I want to hear you flip for just a few more minutes, please.
Argue against their argument, semantic.
Well, Jimmy, I did retain more of their audience than they did, provably. Now, I won't say that all of them like me. I'd say there's probably still some of them that don't really like me, but they watch to see what's going on still sometimes. But they're, a lot of the people who stayed and watched, they just wanted to see the evidence that was there and make their own judgment up. And I proved beyond any shadow of a doubt that he lied and that he knew he lied. Once he got evidence put in his face that he was lying, he continued to lie because he didn't want to deal with the fact that he was wrong. And no actual skeptic would allow themselves to still support this. They would not still, if you are really skeptical, you will not support Steve McRae once you realize that he will lie to you if it fits his narrative. It has nothing to do with logic, what's right, what's wrong. He won't correct himself if he's wrong, and he won't do his due diligence like he constantly says. So, but anyway, we're here to watch Cheshire get triggered. Then I'm going to debunk Steve's atheist argument. Then I'm going to play a video game. Then I'm going to log out. And then I'm going to finish working on my GoFund Red's expose docu-series tomorrow and upload it.
Arguments. I don't argue with semantic arguments.
Yes, you do. Your entire atheist argument is semantic. It's why you're doing the cheerleader thing again. You're doing the cheerleader body language again because you are lying. You know it's a semantic argument and you're just a troll, but I'm going to prove that in a a so go ahead.
Right, it's them making the semantic argument.
I'm not doing the semantic argument. They are, and I'm trying to explain to people what they're doing is stupid. It's a stupid semantic argument. Let's talk about the logic.
Then why don't people agree? Why does nobody agree that you aren't having a semantic argument, my guy? Why does everybody agree that you are having a semantic argument and that it's dumb? Why does every other person on the internet, other than a few people that will lie for you anytime you want, these people here and a couple more, why don't we all know you have a semantic argument?
Let's talk about the critical thinking. Let's talk about the philosophy. They're stuck in second grade with dick shit.
My dude, I'm sorry, bro. You provably don't even understand your own argument. I'm going to show you in a minute.
And oh, the word is this, and I'm going to make it
How dare
this.
you, Steve, compare these
They're doing
adults
what's called a
to
semantic
Rocks,
argument.
Rockstar Agnostic said, wow, that young lady in the middle needs to get laid. First off, you should probably know my name if you're coming around here and are not.
He does. He's just trolling you. Rockstar Agnostic was trolling you the whole night on Modern Day Debate and has been trolling you the whole night on your channel.
Oh, you're in the middle.
You're
Steve
definitely
putting me in the middle, so I was confused.
Yeah,
I moved
I'm in the
around.
middle now.
I moved around. I wanted. You got to change
Secondly,
position.
I've already talked about it, taking back Sunday or whatever the hell your name is. I've already talked about why I supported him for the little while that I did. And if you can't find the clip, then you're a Steve. I'm just playing.
Every so often.
I was gonna be silly, but I can't. It's getting late.
yeah, I totally definitely need some D. I'm not gonna lie. You're not wrong. I'm
Well, no comment.
insulted that you don't know my fucking name.
Wow, you're a celebrity just like him.
Fuck you.
And
You should probably know my
obviously,
name. If we're gonna have, if
seriously,
we're gonna have an argument against
Clearly,
Steve and what's going on here, you really should know who I am.
Clearly, if a woman is animated, it's because they need dick, right? That's nothing sexist about that.
all
Clearly,
just
Right, if that's not some
frustrated. We
misogynistic
have
bullshit.
misogyny. We're we're losing it.
Yeah. Failed engineering $2 sticker. Game over. That.
Can I stop yet? Do I have to keep watching this part? It's really getting bad. Is she done raging?
That's a good way to end this, actually.
They're gonna email Steve about all
The comments away.
go through that.
You guys, single person, but it's like a group thing,
Yes.
kind of bad.
People. For other examples, maybe don't say things like grab them by the pussy. For another example, maybe don't sniff the hair of children because that's creepy as shit.
Oh my God. How do people watch this? Oh my God. Do you guys watch this? I didn't used to watch this shit back when I got along with them. You got to be kidding me. This is content?
Shit. It's a matter of standard.
Don't be Joe Biden. Don't be Joe Biden.
Doesn't matter what side you're on. Doesn't matter what you're talking about. Doesn't matter the
Welcome to
topic.
America. It's a little bit different. Yeah.
And it has fuck all the. And here's the thing. And you said this to me in a DM, but
I know you're right, Lori. You're right.
Or in a private.
And you didn't have to delete. Well, I guess you did. He said sucking balls, didn't he? Damn it. Don't block him. Just give him a timeout for that, please. Make sure he's not blocked, whoever the hell it was.
Conversation, but it's about this, and you said it before on Cafe.
No, you did it. I'm not reprimanding you. Whoever moderated it, you did it. You had a good catch.
Corner too.
Mhm.
If you're the scale of justice, and you're supposed to.
So why Uni just gullible seems Nate Agrippa? You don't have to delete it, Christina, unless he says something against TOS. Last time he did, when he said gurgling balls or something, he didn't this time. So okay. So why Uni just gullible seems Nate Drag aren't gullible. Well, they were, because they actually were fine hanging with Steve for a while too before they realized what he was doing. Look, I'm not gonna, like, let's say me and you, I don't know you, but let's say me and you start working together. I might do a cursory search of the internet, but if videos I find that are critical of you don't have a lot of like really egregious stuff in the beginning, and very important, and nobody brings me some situation or some clip that shows that I shouldn't work with you, or that you've done something really fucked or something that I wouldn't work with you for, then obviously I'm just going to be chilling until I get it. Now, when I started to get the stuff on McCrae from Nate Brody or whatever, it was all about these big long arguments, and it was all lost. So if there was a video that contained, something that was actually viable, it would be hard to find one, or it would be lost in actual trolling, because I've seen videos on the Taking Back Sunday, or not Taking Back Sunday, Talking Shit Tuesday. That's why I keep thinking that you're someone who I've seen before, but you're not. But either way, I've seen Talking Shit Tuesday videos that I would have, if watched them for more than a few clicks, literally not worked with Steve anymore due to the contents in those videos. But those videos were long, and there was hardcore trolling going on through the whole thing. I'm not going to sit and watch hardcore trolling, and let me tell you why, in case you don't know. when you see someone hardcore trolling on the internet, then most likely they're willing to lie or frame something. They're just there for comedy. They're just there to troll. They're just there for attention, whatever it may be. Now, that's different than being funny, right? And the line that these guys have been on the internet for a really long time, they don't care about YouTube censorship. They don't care about monetization, where the jokes you make and the way you talk can get you restricted in your content. So they were just pouring out a large amount of content that I don't listen to due to the fact that it usually leads to trolling and bullshit. People faking screenshots, people making shit up, people trying to frame somebody. People do that on the internet constantly. It's really hard, and when you don't understand a situation, to be able to tell the difference between somebody trying to set somebody up to be, you know, to frame them up for some reason because of a viewer got mad that they got blocked, the viewer doesn't like their content, somebody trolling someone, and differentiate that between actual real criticism that does matter in the case with McCrae, right? Now, I'm not going to go into this for more than another couple seconds, but so like Drag had videos on his channel also that were more recent, so I would have had a likelihood of watching them if I would have been able to go to Drag's channel, click them, and be able to weed through a little bit of the trolling. And Drag admits that he trolled the living hell out of Steve a lot, so he's not even going to be mad for me saying this. My problem is, when you have some major issue with the creator, you shouldn't troll the living hell out of them while you're trying to educate the internet that this person does what he's doing here, what he's been doing, what he's been exposed for. Because you're going to lose a big portion of the audience before you start giving them the proof of criticism that they need to understand what you're bringing. And that was a barrier in the beginning. Plus, these guys will try to shield you, as they literally admitted tonight. These guys will try to shield you from seeing certain people on the internet like they do with me, Nate, Drag, and others. Don't bring up Agrippa's name or I'll kick you, by the way. Agrippa doesn't care to try to fake shit to make people think that they've, to make it look like someone's doxed somebody while not admitting to the doxings that he's partaken in, which I find dishonest, and will block people that bring him up. So, because it's probably you, honestly, behind that account trolling right now. So let's just pretend that that account is Agrippa behind it, trolling right now. You've just wasted my time, right? Because you're just doing this for trolling. You just don't like me. And you are a troll. You're like an old school troll. You just want to see anybody give you the slightest bit of attention so that you can bait, you know, something like you already know or something you already understand or something you're purposely trying to misunderstand to get that attention. So the fact that you do that should tell you exactly why people who bump into those on the internet like Red or McCrae, it takes them time to be able to realize whether or not they are being trolled, whether they're being ganged up on, whether they have people that are, I won't use examples because I don't want people to get pissed, but differentiating that between the actual bullshit they've done. Now it's not hard. You can find many videos on McCrae by searching his name, searching people that are near him, seeing him dox people, seeing him lie, seeing the evidence that he lied, and watch the full breakdown in an understandable way with the evidence on the screen. We don't have to worry about that now with him anymore. It would have been nice if somebody would have done that back then for him and actually taken it seriously without all the bullshit and trolling, because then people wouldn't have made them. He wouldn't have gotten any bigger. He wouldn't have gotten any bigger. He wouldn't have blown up on non-sec. Somebody else would have blown up on non-sec, or Kyle alone would have blown up on non-sec. But there you go. I took your question seriously. Now, if you're not talking shit Tuesday, I'm kicking you. Let me find you. Hide user on this channel. Pieces. Bye-bye. All right. So, what in the hell happened to my playlist? Hold up. All right. Let's see here if we got anything else with this clip, and then I'm done, because I've literally listened to like 8 minutes.
DM me something from Manya. This is gonna be good.
Yes, don't read that public.
You
know what's funny is, I gotta tell you, I gotta tell you, I swear to, if I ever,
I know that's
if something ever happens to me, and you get my access to my accounts, unlike somebody like named Kyle, Go through all my DMs on Twitter. I give you full permission, both of you, all of you here. Go through all my emails. Go through all my DMs. They make them all public. I'm telling you, you'll find nothing.
Bullshit. You're just deleting them then. Anyway, to sum up the bullshit that we've witnessed before I pass out, Brody doesn't deserve to be framed this way, obviously. And McCrae, Cheshire, Sweet Heathen here are so deluded. You have to ask yourself, do they believe their own bullshit? Or are they just pushing it as hard as they can so that they can keep wringing money out of this failed brand on the internet known as Steve McCrae? I'm talking about the YouTube channel. That's the name of it. He needs to apologize to Nate Brody. But the thing that everyone should do, the supporters of him and the non-supporters of him, is demand that he actually give the evidence that proves that McCrae harmed the people he claimed that he harmed. And James, with not only that, Modern Day Debate, James from Modern Day Debate, should be held to an accountability. Nothing bad should happen to him. He should make McCrae never come on his show again until he proves what he stated about Brody is true. And if he finds out McCrae doesn't have evidence to prove what he said about Brody, then Modern Day Debate should ban McCrae and his minions, not the people there giving their opinion. When you have somebody on the internet who's willing to frame people as trolls, you got to kick trolls. You have to. YouTube puts it out. If you've ever been in a live chat where they don't ban trolls, people won't chat there. You have to ban trolls. But Modern Day Debate, while they are loose with their regulation, I think they do let people from both sides, the whole point of the debate, chat, because Cheshire doesn't understand it, is to allow people from both sides of the argument to be able to come, give their opinion, and anyone else in the chat to give their opinion, as long as they're not insulting people, trolling, whatever the rules may be, because some channels even allow insults. So, since she doesn't understand it, maybe someday somebody will explain it to her, but they'll probably get blocked before they get a chance to. But that's the thing about tonight. I don't mind watching your timestamps. I appreciate it. If you got another timestamp, try to hurry and give it to me, because I'm about to close this. But when it comes to them accusing Nate Brody of those things, it should be the line is strong. They're literally, Cheshire's literally saying that people voicing their opinion on Modern Day Debate about Steve should be kicked for voicing their opinion, regardless if it's legit or not. So let's make a legit statement that Steve should be banned from Modern Day Debate, and James should take an active stance to apologize to Nate Brody because his channel was used as it was to slander him, and Steve should be given an hour, 2 hours, to put out the clip that proves Nate Brody did this. We all know it doesn't exist. Steve never holds back anything. He will leak things as opposed to holding them back, even when it involves a dead child being the reason you shouldn't leak something. So we know for a fact if he had it against Brody, it would have been out there. Though there's likely not much that's going to happen from this. And all, like James, most people will say, if Steve does all this bullshit, why does James even let him come around? Because James isn't going to take the time to go out there and search Steve McCrae. He's going to get... Imagine who James is. He's a guy that started a channel, right? He probably doesn't talk about a lot of YouTube drama or inter-channel issues. Probably talks about a lot of the content that he wants to have on his show. And obviously, Steve is a worm and he's a leech. And he's going to be having people, he's going to be having minions, people that get along with him, recommend him to channels they go on. And they're all, that's basically how these guys work. These guys don't try to gain a following, to gain support, to gain like a positive influence on the internet through their content, their opinion, their discussion, and what they do. They do it by hitting whatever channel they can, and they do it by attacking whatever channel they can. Now, these are just provable things. That's how these guys make their views and make their shit, because their content doesn't pull it in. Their content doesn't work for it. I mean, for fuck's sake, when you got to turn off your like-dislike ratio for every one of your videos while criticizing people who say with the criticism that you must let people have criticism over your channel in the comments and things, and you can't even get that basic criticism, there's something wrong. But there's a question out there. Now that I understand Steve's argument, now that I've had time to kind of, you know, look at what's up and try to get what he's saying, after this debate, I said, fuck it. I went and actually read Steve's argument. It's the dumbest argument I've ever seen. I can't believe it's so basic. I can't believe it is so purposely convoluted, and I can prove it to you right now. I also can prove it's a semantic argument, and I can prove it's an argument that is empty. It's worse. A semantic argument is an empty argument, of course. Let's go to the definition of a semantic argument, since our opponent here won't debate me, and I'm going to debunk his side without him since he won't debate me. There's two things. A semantic argument, which is an argument involving words, which is every argument, of course. But then there is a fallacy around the semantic argument. Basically, a semantic dispute is a disagreement that arises if the parties involved disagree about the definition of a word or phrase, not because they disagree on material facts, but rather because they disagree on the definitions of a word or several words essential to formulating the claim at issue. Is Steve McRae's argument that you heard in that debate an argument of definition? Then yes, it truly is a semantic argument, but you also have a semantic fallacy. It is the etymological fallacy as a semantic error is the mistake of confusing the current meaning of a word with the meaning of one of its etymons, or of considering the meaning of the etymon, I don't even know that word, to be real or true meaning of the current word. Basically saying that you are making a mistake with words or definitions, right? And people will go as far as to use the term semantic argument for when an argument is empty. When it's an empty argument, when it's a baseless argument, when it's a stupid argument, they'll default to calling it a semantic argument. So is Steve McRae's argument a semantic argument, and on what level? Well, we're going to take out that last part. That last thing I said there, we're not going to use it, because that last one is more of a slang around the term semantic argument than an actual definition or an actual thing there. So here we go. James has dumpster fires for views, but then McRae tries to burn MDG to the ground by saying it's biased because the viewers smack talk Steve. James needs to smack Steve. He needs to block him. And here's why, man. He's a liar. He's dishonest. I know you're going to say, well, Nathan Thompson's dishonest and he's allowed back. Yeah, but Nathan Thompson basically at least lies to a point that he dresses it behind it's his opinion. You get what I'm saying there? So he tries to, even though, yes, Thompson is lying around science, and he's lying around a religious argument combined with a science argument. He actually makes some type of argument while he's sitting there being dishonest. McRae, on the other hand, he's one of those rare liars and rare arguers that does it for the sake of arguing. If he continues to argue with you, you never get a chance to hear his actual side, to debunk his actual argument, and his argument is very easy to debunk. It's very easy to make fun of it, to debunk it, and to call it out. So let's do it. All right. Let me hit this. And then we're going. If you have a cigarette, make sure you take a puff. If you've got a caffeine drink, take a sip. If you got a Sprite or lemonade, pour it on your head. I don't know. If you like smoking, take a toke. If you vape, take a vape. If you're a vaping vader, don't be a player hater, be a vaping vader. Yeah, Jimmy, that's actually a really good way to put it. Daryl and Jimmy, yes. Daryl said, Steve lies because it's pathological. Very good point. It's a habit. It's a thing that he must do to cover for his narcissism and to try to make people think that he's smart or something like that. And Thompson lies about stupid shit. McRichard lies about people. He's like a catty ex-girlfriend. True. He does lie about people. And it is like a catty ex-girlfriend because he'll treat you like a catty ex-girlfriend treats you after breaking up when it's just a YouTube relationship. You get me? Oh, Uni has the nerve to criticize me. Well, now he's on the shit list, and we're going to put him down, attack him, and make people unsub from him. If only it actually worked, ding-dong. See, there's a reason why McCrae's little attacks work on a lot of people and didn't work on me. There's a reason why, because I didn't gain a lot from him. For one, a lot of people that Steve teams up with are in the realm of his content when it comes to arguing flatties or arguing science. Even though Steve really doesn't do that type of content and sucks at it, he puts out that perception and attracts that kind of audience. Me, on the other hand, I was a commentary YouTuber that had dipped his toes in the realm of making fun of flatties, debunking flatties, calling out the flatties that I called out due to me calling out all the conspiracy fools out there. I eventually made my way into the flat earth realm after debunking every other type of conspiracy fool out there. And because I'd been doing a comedy show, because I also am a live streamer, mostly now since YouTube demonetization hit, I am a live streamer, and I'm a gamer, and I'm a lot of things. That whole like flatty part of my audience either was already subscribed to me, or most of them didn't subscribe to me because a lot of my content isn't devoted to that. So when I would do a video to update you on YouTube drama between Susie Lou and Tipster or something, or between someone else, they would unsub or they would lose interest, you get me? Or if I would play a video game, they would lose interest and they would take off. So I maintained my actual core audience for the longest point. And I still think a lot of people that subscribed to me because Katie Joy shouted me out, which was about 2,000 people, I think I probably lost 100 or 2 of the Katie Joy audience, honestly, when like it all started to die down. But that is literally normal and expected. If you gain 3,000 subs out of a trend or out of a video that pops off, you can expect to lose 100 or 2 as time goes on. But the reason why Steve couldn't affect me is because I'm my own channel. I'm my own brand. I'm my own thing. I do my own thing. And he doesn't. He's in this realm of... That's why, like, certain creators out there that are angry with Steve will not, and is my chat working? Yeah. They will not call him out because they know that a lot of their audience will leave. A lot of their audience will bail on him if they call Steve out. On the other hand, me, one, I wouldn't care how many subs I lost by calling him out, and I proved that. But two, also, I mean, so what? So what if I would have lost a bunch? Luckily, I didn't lose a bunch. I barely lost any. I lost 60 after the biggest controversy happened, and then I might have lost 30 later on down the road over a period of time. I lost under 100 people over it, and I was gaining at that point and got them all back, so it doesn't even matter. But anyway, you're a midnight toker. So here is his argument. Now, what's the most funky part about this? I've read all of his other blog posts about this. His argument is basically a ploy on Matt Dillahunty's argument, okay? And for all I know, it could be a ploy on someone else's argument, and I know he pulled parts of Ozzy's argument. You got me? Oh my God, that's too good. I gotta hit this. Hold up. It's too good. All right. So, oh man, I need to hit my e-cig more often when I'm streaming. When I forget, I get nicotine withdrawal. Let me hit it one more time. I'm sorry. Okay, sorry. Here we go. Now, listen and follow along very closely. This whole argument can be broken down to just a couple sentences. Test me. Go to his about section, go to his argument, right? Because even though he couldn't name it while he was debating twice, somehow he thinks linking it in his about section excuses him not making a side during the debate. It doesn't. You lost. So, and the formatting of his website is horrible. I don't think you paid anybody or whoever you had do it. Let them fix it. My God. So, we can literally break this down to a few sentences. But first, let's actually go through it. During many discussions on epistemology, it's often brought up to me the analogy of a gumball machine to give an example as whereby if you don't accept the proposition, it doesn't necessitate that you accept its negation. Oh, buddy, I've been waiting on you. Often it seems that the person bringing up the example doesn't quite understand their own analogy very well. How ironic. How ironic to say that. But basically, he's already starting off pretending like he's making some good, like, blog post when it's just a way for him to take a dig at someone else. Thus, the crux of his content. You understanding why he does what he does helps you understand his argument, his points that he puts up. This is him being mad at Dillahunty because people respect one of his arguments that he uses. And I don't even think it's Dillahunty's argument. I think it's an argument Dillahunty used. Either way, he's already taken shots at people. Often it seems the person bringing up the example doesn't quite understand their own analogy very well. Many seem to conflate the state of affairs of the gumballs with the belief about the state of affairs of the gumballs. The gumball analogy is usually to attempt to show that if someone posits a claim, you don't accept the claim. I'm sorry, I said that wrong. I left out if. If somebody posits a claim, if you don't accept the claim, that does not entail that you accept the negation of the claim. Now, let's actually break that down a little. It's saying that if I say, you don't have dollars in your pocket, it's saying you don't necessarily believe that just because you made the claim, right? Let me read it again just to make sure you get it. It's used to show if someone posits a claim, if you don't accept the claim, that does not entail that you accept the negation of the claim. So the opposite of what you're stating also, if I say this has e-juice in it, then, or this doesn't have e-juice in it, I'm not saying that it does. It's like, you get what I'm saying there. I mean, it's pretty easy to understand. It's all basic as hell. My point that I'm going to work to here as I go through this is, one, it's overly convoluted. It's too overly convoluted because he's trying to make it look like he's a philosopher and he understands logic and that he's smart. So he puts a lot of bigger words that he needs to use, a lot of equations that he doesn't need to use, and essentially explains it in a very shitty way when it could be rewritten to explain it much better. You get me? That's that whole thing where he's not an educator, he doesn't have credentials, and it shows here. But more than that, the backbone of what he's arguing doesn't matter, right? So some people will read this and say, Steve McCurry is right. It's like, yeah, so what? 2 + 2 = 4. Okay? A rock also is the color gray. It's like the shit that he's writing here is so basic, it doesn't even move to an argument. Okay? So let's say I painted a little nick on a car and I show you the car and I say, how you like that paint job of that car? And you're like, well, that's a great paint job. You did a great job. You just assumed that because I said that I did it, right? That's McCrae. When really he's talking about what he's contributed is a tiny little paint on a speck of a car with some like of that touch-up stuff and pretending like he has contributed to the beauty and the construction, to the creation of the car. That's literally the extent of what's going on here, but let me prove it to you. If somebody posits a claim, if you don't accept the claim, that does not entail, that does not mean that you accept the opposite or the negation of the claim, which of course is absolutely correct. Well, no shit. The misuse of the analogy is when people confuse there being no middle ground between the ontological states and the beliefs about those states, which does contain a middle ground. Agnostic on the proposition being posited. Hopefully this blog entry will forever alleviate those misunderstandings. What the hell are you're saying that atheism and theism doesn't just mean those two things. He literally could have just said that. Everybody would have understood it. Everybody would have got it. It wouldn't have mattered. But it definitely is convoluted. He's saying there isn't a 0 and a 1. There isn't a theism and there isn't an atheism. There's actually stuff in the middle. Okay, damn. Well, what a really convoluted way to say it. Let's assume that we have a jar of gumballs. Let's further assume the number of gumballs are of a sizable amount as not to be easily calculated. There's a lot of gumballs in there, and you don't know how many. They are unbroken and whole, sealed and unable to be properly counted, or any other qualification required to just assume you have a jar of gumballs with no way to determine one way or the other the state of affairs to if. This sentence is horrible. He did not go to college. This sentence would be considered a run-on. It would be not accepted. You would be told to rewrite this damn thing. Let me read this sentence one more time just to let it sink in, and I'll do it in one breath. Let's further assume that the number of gumballs are of a sizable amount as not to be easily calculated, are unbroken and whole, sealed and unable to be properly counted, or any other qualification required to just assume you have a jar of gumballs with no way to determine one way or the other state of affairs to if there are even or odd number of gumballs in the jar, but it's a natural number. End sentence. This is obviously written by somebody who is not college educated or recently college educated or caring about what they're writing. Without a loss of generality, let's then assume we are given the proposition of P equals the number of gumballs are even. A lot of people get confused here. I'm going to sneeze. I keep wanting to sneeze. Hold on a minute. I'm going to blow my nose. Hold on. That's why I've been like moving to the front screen so much. I keep wanting to sneeze, and I keep having to try to like blow my nose because I don't want to sneeze. Damn it! Anyway. P equals the number of gumballs are even. Ontologically, there are two dichotomy states of affairs to be possibly had here. P is true or P is not true. False. Why do you have to put false in parentheses? Like, does anybody not know that? So if P is true, then the number of gumballs are even. And if P is false, then the number of gumballs is odd. Or in other words, it is either the case that if the number of gumballs is even, or it is not the case that the number of gumballs are even. If it is not the case that the number of gumballs is even, then it must be the case that the number of gumballs are odd. Oh my God, I hate this shit. This sounds like some of the most basic level damn philosophy back in high school and in fucking college when you would just bang your head against a wall like, move on already, I'm wasting my time. So here we have a true dichotomy with respect to the state of the gumballs in that they are either even or they are odd. We can then express this as not even equals odd, or similarly say not odd equals even. We are getting convoluted. This is often then equated to an existential state of God either existing or God not existing, as we can arbitrarily ascribe even W log, even as God exists, and odd as God does not exist. Logically, we could then write a disjunction of even v odd. It is the case that the number of gumballs is even or the number of gumballs is odd. This, of course, leads to two possible conditions. If even, then odd. And if not odd, then even. Oh my God, bro. I understand that sometimes you have to write things this way. I understand that. I get it. Sometimes you got to write things this way when you're trying to break something down to a super, 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 super basic state, right? To explain it. But honestly, like, I feel like everything I've just read repeated itself over and over and over. Yes, Carl. Philosophy requires half of a brain at most. Anyone can participate. And that's the first thing that a fake-ass philosopher does when you bump into him. When a snake oil salesman who's selling you philosophical knowledge bumps into you, they are going to make you think that you're not smart enough to understand what they're talking about when you definitely are. And the first way to be able to spot a shitty philosopher is that they confuse the living hell out of you. Because a good philosopher will get you to understand what they're talking about. This is a shitty philosopher. Really shitty. And I am not just saying that because it's him. Tell me what you're hearing isn't. I know, man, that dirty Sophie. I hate Sophie. I'm just playing, bro. All right. Without the loss of generality and... It is the case that the number of gumballs is already read that. Okay. Similarly, this would then be applied to the existence of God as it would be here. God exists, V, God does not exist. Even odd. God exists, God does not exist. I really do feel like you could have put that way up there and took out a couple paragraphs. Just saying. No, Uni, you're just stupid. Up to this point, I think most people would probably agree that there is nothing unusual here and that, in fact, there is no middle ground to be had. Is logically, it is either the case that number of gumballs is even or not even, or they are either even or odd, and either God exists or God does not exist. Well, yes, if you're speaking of the existence of God in the realm of reality, not what you believe, not what you think, then it either God does exist or God doesn't. Either you got a rock in your left hand or it's empty. Either there's a vapor here or there's not. My goodness. Do I really need a philosopher for this? I don't think anyone took the time to actually read this shit. This is often, unfortunately, where the analogy often seems to break down for some people. You've got to be kidding me. No, nobody is broke down at this point in this. Literally, like, dude, are you telling me you broke down once at this point? At this point to where either God is here or not? Is this here or isn't it here? Is this here or isn't it here? There's a cat in my hand. Is it here or not? There's a vapor in my hand. Is it here or not? My bro, no one gets lost here. They confuse the fact that there is no middle ground between even and odd with the belief of whether or not the number of gumballs is even or odd. So he's saying that the belief or the concept you have is different from the actual thing there. Got me? It's pretty easy to say that. If one believes P and asserts that P is true, then they are affirming that it is the case that the number of gumballs is even. If they do not, why would he write this again? He has repeated himself now 4 times. There's no need to. Make your point, then repeat yourself again if you feel like you need to stress this to the point. What are you doing? Pre-stressing this before the next point, even though you've stressed it 3 times up to now with no point? Anyway. They affirm the negation of P, which would be what I say is negative P, but I get corrected doing that. Anyway, the number of gumballs are odd, or they could not believe P is true or believe is false. They do not believe one nor the other. They are what is referred to as being agnostic on P or being agnostic on the proposition if P equals the number of gumballs are even. This clearly does allow a middle ground here. A person who doesn't believe P does not by necessity have to affirm P, as they could hold no belief either way, which is the middle ground often referred to as being agnostic on the proposition. It is not a middle ground between state of affairs or the gumballs, even odd, but believing they are even and believing they are odd. And I don't know who just did that, but I'm about to find out. Valor. Okay, no, that was 3 hours ago. Okay, so maybe that was RockAlot. Let me log in because I don't want to miss donations. They're important here. They help us keep going. Thank you to anyone that does donate. If you can't donate, though, watching the show, being here is just as important, and that's why I try to thank you guys as much as humanly possible. Also, I don't want to take that away from anybody, so. Oh, okay, so, okay, it hasn't popped up yet. I'll figure out what it was here in a little bit. All right, sorry. Sorry to change the subject, but here we go. Let's start over right here. If one believes P and asserts that P is true, then they are affirming that it is the case that the number of gumballs are even. if they do not affirm P, that could ostensibly mean one of two things. They affirm the negation of P, which would be negative P or wiggly line P, the number of gumballs are odd. Or they could not believe P is true nor believe is false. They do not believe one nor the other. They are what is referred to as being agnostic on P or being agnostic on the proposition if P equals the number of gumballs are even. Basically, I don't know if the number of gumballs are even or not. 70 fucking words later, woo, kombucha. That is more philosophical. They are what is referred to as being agnostic on P or being agnostic on the proposition. This clearly does allow a middle ground here. A person who doesn't believe P does not, by necessity, having to affirm negative P, as they could hold no belief either way, which is the middle ground often referred to as being agnostic on the proposition. It is not a middle ground between the state of affairs of the gumballs being even or odd, but between believing that they are even and believing that they are odd. So there is a difference between the gumballs being even or odd and you believing it. Oh, I'm trying to do that. I don't know how to do the Tim Allen thing. I can't do it. I can't do the Tim Allen. How about we get it. Thanks for just reiterating everything 100 times. Yay. Now, even, agnostic on P, odd. Believes number of gumballs are even. Does not believe even nor odd. Believes number of gumballs is odd. Believes God exists. Does not believe God exists, nor believes God does not exist. Believes God does not exist. See how ridiculous this is. Hey, I got an idea. Do you believe God exists or not? Oh, no, I'm atheist. Yes, I'm a theist. Now let's say I won't go there. Hold on. I'll do it in a minute. Theist, agnostic, atheist. Ooh. With respect to just the ontology of God existing or not, logically you have even or odd, theist, not theist. What many atheist activists then tried to do is subsume agnostic into atheism and relate it directly to the ontological state of being even or odd, or God existing or God not existing, by just arbitrarily asserting atheist is not theist, or by analogy, here odd is not even. All right. So, do you think up to this point that it's basically not him just making an argument? By you calling me atheist, you are mislabeling me, because I don't believe, and I don't believe, and I don't not believe. I'm sorry. I don't not believe, and I don't believe. Therefore, I'm agnostic. I'm not atheist, right? Because he's assuming that atheist means, he wrote this whole paper, right? He wrote this whole paper, and he's saying atheist means God doesn't exist. Theist means God does exist, and I'm agnostic, not knowing the whole time that the normative or the word that people use as atheism does mean that you don't believe in God, either because you have a lack of belief, you don't know, or because you believe God doesn't exist. It's all under that term atheism when it's used normally. Now, you can prove that, but in academia, it's not. Actually, it is in academia. It is, because it's just getting more specific, getting more, breaking it down more, or getting more specific with it. Then you'll start to understand whether somebody is agnostic under the umbrella of atheism. But agnostic cannot exist under the umbrella of theism. And because of that, for simplicity's sake, it's either you believe or you don't. They take all the non-believers, not believers, right? And they say, okay, you used to be Christian, but in the area you believe is Christian, and if you did believe in God, it'd be Christian. Are you an atheist? Yes. So that means you don't have an opinion on Buddhism. You're like, no, I'm atheist, right? Religion to me is Christianity, and where I live, where I'm at, whatever. And I'm atheist. I don't believe in Christianity, but I also don't believe in God. I just don't think religion exists. I'm atheist, right? Anyway, let's keep going here. What many atheist activists then try to do is subsume agnostic into atheism and relate it directly to the ontological state of being even or odd. My dude, that's not what atheist activists do. It's what the word does. It's what the definition does. Now, if you find out that he made this giant ass argument, right? And you end up realizing at the end of the argument that he's literally trying to say your definition shouldn't include me. This definition should be changed. And you go to the dictionary and you look up the definition of a semantic argument being arguing the definition of words. Isn't it then logical, philosophical even, to say that this person's been engaging in a semantic argument the whole time? Remember that as we go forward. Table number 3, even, odd, theist, atheist. This creates an artificial or merely conceptual dichotomy based on merely the ontological states and not the epistemic state of the person evaluating the proposition of the number of gumballs existing or the proposition of God existing. So now Steve thinks he's smart. He thinks you don't understand that there's a difference between the gumballs being even or odd and you believing that the gumballs are even or odd, and you're so dumb because you're not a philosopher that you don't get that point. But you do because you're smart. You're a person and you get it because you're thinking and you know. You're good, man. We got this. This creates an artificial or merely conceptual dichotomy based on merely the ontological states and not the epistemic state of the person evaluating the proposition of the number of gumballs existing or the proposition of God existing. Semantically, one could even make any artificial dichotomy here. Even theist, odd fish. This is so dumb, okay? You could apply this stupid point to any argument, to anything, out of the blue, because, like, I could just call you a dog. Theist, dog. No, he couldn't, Uni, because that's not what he's saying. He's implying that the looseness that they have with their definitions, and because they're not considering the belief of the person being different from the fact of the thing, that it is a fish. Not because of what you said where you just pluck it away. There's actual thought there. If it does the same thing, it doesn't matter if it takes me a fucking year to think it and say it, or if it doesn't matter if I can think it and say it in a second. I'm still doing the same thing with my thoughts. I still understand it and I get what's happening. There's nothing complex yet. It would be the case that either one isn't a theist or a fish, not theist. Then they must be a fish. This is semantics. This is all semantics, definitions, nomenclature, naming people, naming things. Still a dichotomy, but it's just a mere semantic change of not theist to be represented by any other word or phrase. In the above case, it is simply fish, not theist, means defined. But theism is the belief God exists, or equivalently here, the belief the number of gumballs are even, in which case we seemingly need a signifier of what we would call the position of believing that the number of gumballs are odd. This is normatively understood by the word atheist, or the belief God does not exist. Relating this back to the gumballs then, and Table 1, we have established that with respect to believes, there is a middle ground between believing the proposition P is true, believes the number of gumballs is even, and believes P is false, believes the number of gumballs is odd. What many then try to do is attempt to subsume the term atheist to mean anyone who is not theist. This gives them 2/3 of the pie, so to speak, rather than only 1/3 as given by Table 1. This is so dumb. I can't believe anybody buys it. I can't believe anybody goes there. You got to be joking. You've created another category, and now you're mad that people don't use it because now there are 3, but people like using 2. My dude, the 3rd category only exists if you break down the atheist category in normative use. So this is not what you're saying it is. Let me give you an example. You could say that, and this would work, that a Christian can be broken down to a Methodist. So a Methodist believes in God and a Christian believes in God. You could say that an atheist breaks down to an agnostic. Now, I get what you're going to say. You are going to say, but that is a, oh, damn it. Wow. You're going to say that What is a fucking what is a Methodist? The words leave in my mind. It's too late for me to talk. Type it. Denomination. You're going to say, but Uni, you're basically saying that agnostic is a denomination of atheism. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that in terms of people classifying the different kinds of atheists that there are out there, agnosticism is a different kind of atheism, according to the normative use. Agnosticism is not a different type of belief because it is the lack of, it's not knowing something. Got me? And by default, because of its similarity to the atheism, it becomes wrapped in it. Becomes an umbrella in there. You get me? But it doesn't mean that atheism means you don't believe in God. Or, I'm sorry. It doesn't mean that atheism means God doesn't exist and that you know God doesn't exist or you believe God doesn't exist. That's not what it's saying. It's saying that you either, or you believe that God doesn't exist. Also, you could have a lack of opinion, a lack of knowledge. It depends on how far you want to break it down, how complex you want it to go. It's a mere argument of simplicity. It's a mere argument of, it'll come to me. And believe P is false. Relating this back to the gumballs then, and table 1, we've established that with respect to beliefs, there is a middle ground between believing the proposition P is true, believes number of gumballs is even, and believes P is false, believes the number of gumballs is odd. What many then try to do is attempt to subsume the term atheist to mean anyone who is not a theist. This gives them 2/3 of the pie, so to speak, rather than only 1/3 is given by table 1. Now, you got to ask yourself, why is this argument being made? If this argument's being made because you're talking to an agnostic, right? If you're not speaking to an agnostic person, then you should be just fine using the term atheist and theist, right? Believer and non-believer. If I'm talking to a Christian and I'm like, you know what? I want to know your denomination so I can argue something to you, then they're going to say, well, I'm a Methodist or I'm a whatever. Well, are you an atheist or do you just lack belief or do you just not know? What are you? Well, I don't know. Okay, you're agnostic then? Yes, but you're still an atheist. For the sake of simplicity, not for the sake of robbing somebody of 1/3 of the pie. It's like the argument being made can only apply to, let's say, like writing it down in a census. Oh, no, you're not going to include agnostics into the census under atheists. That's just wrong. It's like, no, it's not wrong. It's actually just fine. You're welcome, Boxer, but thank you for coming, because if you don't come, then I'm unhappy. So table 5, even, agnostic on P, and odd. Believes number of gumballs are even, does not believe even or odd, believes number of gumballs odd, believes God, does not believe God exists, and does not believe God does not exist, believes God does not exist, theist, agnostic, atheist, theist, atheist, theist. Sometimes when people use the gumball analogy, they are talking table 1 and making it into table 5 by conflating it with the table number 3 by merely assigning atheist to not atheist. Table number 2, which I have demonstrated can be semantically done with any word, phrase, or signifier. Bullshit. What do you mean? You can, look, this is crazy town. I can literally signify atheist to anything else or theist to anything else. I'm gonna dance now. Bro, seriously, slow down. This is stupid as hell. Come on. The gumball analogy actually is a good way to describe the agnostic position, as it effectively demonstrates that there is, in fact, a middle ground to be had. Nobody is saying there's not a middle ground to be had. Everybody is saying, in our conversation, are we going to get really specific and have to break this down into agnostics and atheists and Methodists and Christians and Buddhists? Or are we just going to, for, simplicity's sake, so we can actually argue, going to go atheism and theism, belief and non-belief? The most likely the person's going to say, this is just a quick argument. Let's just do the belief and not belief. Great. Thank you. Let's go. That is what I'm saying. You're literally, it's not, there's something there's not equating here, right? It comes clear here in a second. But at this point, you're like, why? Why are we going this way? If my conversation doesn't need to be broken, the atheism to be broken down, it won't affect it at all, then I'm just going to use the term atheism and who cares? Of course, you only need to demonstrate a middle ground in atheism, just as if you would need to demonstrate a middle ground in theism. When you don't, you don't. Depends on the conversation. So what are we discussing here? We are discussing the terms. We are discussing what do you do when you write a definition? When you write out a definition, you are giving a description of a word, right? Or how it's going to be used, right? So if you're going to do a debate with somebody, you've got this word and here's the line and then here's your definition, right? So basically what you do in a debate is if you're going to get really down to the nitty-gritty on something, you're going to have to set terms. Remember, when I got challenged to my first debate online, what was the first thing I said? I said, where are we meeting at to discuss the terms of the debate? A lot of people thought I meant, if I win, I get $5. No, that's not the terms of the debate. Oh, you're trying to say that if this happens, then you win, and if this happens, they win? No, I'm saying we need to discuss our terms. Yes, you could discuss all those things while discussing the terms, but we need to make sure that we understand each other. We understand our usages of words. Like, I can't remember that debate was going to be about the Pizza G conspiracy. And I said, my definition of Pizza G cannot be different from his, or it's going to be a confusing debate. Typically, people meet up and make sure they're using the same terms, using the same definitions of words, and make sure they understand each other before they debate. If they're really trying to debate, they're not going to get hung up on semantics. Remember, I said that because I used to do that when I debated people in high school. So what do I think is going on here? I think that Steve doesn't really understand how this all works, and he is allowing himself to make the most baseline pre-discussion argument that's ever happened. He's going to argue with you at the first chance he gets before you guys even understand the definitions and the usages of the words that you're using in the debate. And during that space, he is so chomping at the bit to argue with people and be right. He went into a debate one day, got me? And somebody wanted to set terms with him, and somebody wanted to understand him for the debate. And they started talking, and that's as far as the debate got. And then he went and wrote this paper up. He said, oh, no, motherfucker. No, atheism, umbrella term, Gnosticism. They're like, dude, we're not even debating we were going to debate the existence of God, bro. We're not even outside the gate yet. We haven't even started the debate. We're literally talking terms and definitions. I truly think that's what happened here. I have no clue how this all started, but I will bet you he was going to have a friendly discussion or debate with somebody, and the dude started to ask him, well, what's your definition of this? What's your definition of that? And they got into an argument before they even started debating, and because he's a narcissistic F-tard, he was like, that's it. I've got to be right. And that's where the debate stayed, and he got so angry afterwards, he wrote this whole thing up. Because what he's not realizing that he does have a semantic argument, and here's why. He's giving you atheism and he's giving you theism. And on table 1, this is what you're getting. The definition, right? Well, he's going in and saying, well, there's a problem here. Under atheism, we need a third category. We need a third category because you're like basically taking my category and stripping it from me. No, that's not what happened. What we are doing is saying your category falls under a better description and a more complete description of atheism. Just like if we were to break down religions into the different religions, we would write it beside the definition. And if we were to break those down, we would get, in Christianity, we would get the different types, or whatever word I forgot earlier, because I forgot it again. So what are you doing here, Steve? You are arguing the definitions of words. You are semantically arguing, but trying to disguise this semantic argument as an actual logical argument that says you're stripping me of my agnosticism. No, they're not. Because your agnosticism is right here. In the debate, if you're not going to argue something that breaks atheism down, then you don't need all of this. You need that basic definition. If you're not going to get into the different types of religion, then you can just take all this away from that definition, because there's no need to complicate the word, to complicate the terms, and to confuse everybody. because that's exactly what he's doing. Now, am I right? Am I wrong? Let's continue reading and find out. Well, Elliot, you don't have to worry because we're not talking about philosophy. This thing here, all of the philosophical terms here are added in for the sake of confusing you. All of this whole paper could exist with no philosophical term, literally just normal speak. Everybody would understand it the same either way. He uses all these other terms because he wants to seem smart. How do you know that? Is there anything that would happen to this paper if you took away a lot of his jargon and replaced it with just a basic word to describe it? Nothing would change at all. All right. I have to disagree. Understanding philosophy is not difficult. Some philosophy is more complex than others. So you've got, when you go to understand a math equation, you get me? You're going to see this long equation and you're not going to understand shit. You have no clue what it is. The minute you start defining what those letters mean, and the minute you start understanding what that little 2 means there, what that little line means there, what that little 0 means under here, you got me? That's when you look at the equation, and as you go through it, even though you might not be able to solve it by looking at it because it's complex or because it's complicated, a little more complicated, a little more complex, you will actually, though, as you read through it, you're going to complete the equation. You're going to understand the equation. And philosophy is the same way. Some parts of philosophy have a lot of discussion, a lot of points to make, a lot of bullshit there, just like some big-ass equations, some big-ass concepts in math take a lot of time to understand and work out in your head, right? But all you got to do is take the time to read it and make sure you learn the new things about it, and very soon you understand it just as well as any philosopher does. All right. Only in the very top levels of philosophy would you run into any problem of any basic person understanding it. Only in the top levels, the upper levels of it. You got any arguments where Steve McRae debated anybody on very complex topic in philosophy? Have you got any type of thing where he's actually speaking on a complex thing in philosophy? You don't, because for 5 years he's done nothing but argue semantics over a definition. Got me? You got me. Damn it, I need a big fat hit off of this. There we go. I need to load it. I need to load some of that juice in there. Of course, I'm just giving you my opinion, and I do respect yours. You're welcome to disagree with me on any point, but here we go. Well, I don't know, man. Philosophy is very useful. I think it's not only, it opens your mind, makes you smarter. You know, go back a very long time. Grab like some of the, you know, let me finish and then we'll get there. I don't want to go on a rant. Here we go. Sometimes when people use the gumball analogy, they are taking table 1 and making it. Oh, I already read that. Let's read it again anyway. By conflating it with table 3, merely assigning atheist to not theist, which I have demonstrated can be semantically done with any word. No, it cannot. Sorry, atheist cannot be done with any word like that. I'm sorry. You're being dishonest there, but the gumball analogy actually is a good way to describe the agnostic position, as it effectively demonstrates there is in fact a middle ground to be had. Only if the conversation requires it, my guy. That's the problem. You could have a conversation on the existence of God and never have to discuss agnosticism. Why is that? Wouldn't you have to discuss it? Why is it that the word atheism would suffice to describe agnostics in a basic conversation about the existence of God? Because in a normative use, agnostics are grouped in with atheists due to the fact that both of them don't believe in God for similar reasons. There's a very small subset of atheists that don't believe God exists. There's an extremely large subset of atheists that have no evidence to believe God exists, so they don't believe. Then there is another subset of atheists who don't know. They think, you know, they believe there is no, and I've read the definition of agnosticism, not to say that you don't know. The definition, saying you don't know is the same as saying you have a lack of evidence, right? I don't know. Why don't you? Because I never looked. What does the person say who has a lack of evidence? I don't know. I looked and couldn't find any evidence. Both of them don't have any evidence. Both of them don't believe in God for the exact same reason. Just because someone else took an additional step to find evidence but didn't find any, how does that not equate to the same exact thing here as the other person? Just because this person has all the qualifiers of this person, but this person has an extra, went and looked for evidence attached, it doesn't change that they both have the same thing on the other side of the equal sign. So, can agnosticism fit under the term atheism? It not only can, it does. Separating it creates another portion. You're right. You have three. When you separate it out, you've got your two definitions, theist and not atheism, and agnosticism and theism. So, are you atheist? You've got theism and you've got atheism. So then you separate it out and you've got your third wheel here. What is the problem, though? Agnosticism will never equal theism. And in normative use, these two are the same thing. This is called convolution. This is called semantic argument. Breaking the definition of atheism down and to further define it to include agnostics is what Steve's doing. But he's going to tell you, no, I'm not. Because if I do that, it's a semantic argument. And I could never let that happen. It'll make me look bad. But that is what he's doing, isn't it? You just read it. So what does he say he's doing? Well, that's the problem. He won't directly tell you what he's doing other than breaking atheism down into more categories. He'll tell you he's not. He's dealing with the three original categories, but then again, he never said that. And I bet if I was still talking to him and I said, hey, Steve, I looked at your paper on atheism and agnosticism, and it seems like you're breaking atheism down into two more groups. I'm not. I am trying to convince the world that there is a third group, is what he's going to say. But I would respond, if it was a debate, does not both those groups have the same thing on the equal sign? Right? Well, yes. So doesn't 1 + 1 = 2? Yes. Well, doesn't 0 + 2 = 2? Yes. Well, aren't really those the same equation in a way? And he's going to say, no. They are, by the way. Why are they the same thing? Because you're just taking 2 and taking it and breaking it into a 1 + 1. 0 + 2, there really isn't a 0 there. Because there's nothing there. Thus, the entire argument can be broken down to 1 + 1 = 2. Steve has been arguing 1 + 1 = 2 this entire time. He's trying to convince you this. And only the master philosopher UNIRock could have broke this down in this easy to understand way. You've got not atheism. You got don't believe in God plus a belief in God equals reality. I'm sorry, I did that wrong. Equals reality. So what is Steve saying? Well, let's do it like this. This will be better. This will make it a little easier to understand. You've got a lack of belief. You've got atheism here, and you've got theism, and you've got atheism equals reality. Steve is doing this. You're gypping me. You're gypping me out of my middle ground here. It's like, bro, but 2 is the same thing as 1 + 1. This is equal. This is the same. This is the same, my dude. And you know what you can do to this equation to really clean it up? Take the 0 off because it's nothing. It's not even there. See? Look, I took the 0 off, and look, we've got the same equation, right? If you know math, you know that the 0 isn't really there. You can write it there to make an equation look better, but it's not really there. Anyway. All right. Where are we at here? Sometimes when people use the gumball analogy, they're talking about table 1, make it into table 5, conflating it with 3 by merely assigning atheist equals not theist. Table 2, which I've demonstrated can be semantically done with any word, phrase, or signifier. The gumball analogy actually is a good way to describe the agnostic position, as it effectively demonstrates there is a fact of middle ground to be had. The middle ground position that does not believe P is true, even, and does not believe P is false, odd. It is not the position between believe P and not believe P, which is where I think many people who bring up the gumball analogy often get confused. No, in fact, I don't think I've ever seen somebody really get that confused with the gumball analogy, to be honest. It's just taking a basic concept and convoluting the living shit out of it. Hope this clears up some of the confusion I see when people bring up the gumball analogy in the future. If not, well, as Matt Dillahunty says, you're just wrong. This is it. This is his whole argument. I'm not playing. That was his argument. That is his damn argument. He put this out. He got behind it. He went and argued it everywhere. Then Matt Dillahunty, Nate Brody, and other people came in. Aaron Raw and said, you are wrong, you ding dong. It is so easy to understand. And they said, in a basic argument, atheism and theism are sufficient to be able to argue it. You don't have to break it down into agnosticism unless you specifically want to discuss agnosticism, because agnosticism and atheism both fall under the umbrella term atheism. You are conflating things. You are semantically arguing things. You're trying to add a definition that just is accurately described by atheists. And because of that, you're really doing the same thing as breaking down religion or breaking down belief in God into more specific parts of it. It sucks. It's dumb. Don't do it. It's not smart. It's not philosophical. It's not intelligent just because you add an equation or turn things into P. Guess what I can do? I can turn this pyramid into P. I can turn this thingy into not P. And I can turn you into a boo-boo doo-doo. It doesn't mean I'm smart. And in fact, means I'm silly as hell by trying. But my point is, you've just heard his argument better than he even, not just better. You heard his argument, and you probably understand it now. If you don't understand it, tell me in the chat, and I'll help you understand it. Even the marbles are not black and white. There's 0 marbles, which are neither odd nor even, so they are gray. RockAlot. James McFadden, you do not need to intimidate me. You're condescending to me, which is pissing me off. You are not more intelligent than me. You're just arrogant as far as I can see. Ooh, damn. Well, don't chastise people with your answers. If you know something, teach it. Text isn't as easy to interpret a tone of voice you know. And if there's an issue, if somebody does start calling names or something, just go ahead and boot them out. I'm not going to get mad at you. No problem. Oh, yeah. Sorry, James. I like you. I like you to a point, but we have a rule here in this chat for a reason. I've broken down all of the reasons that you kick somebody into a very easy to understand statement, right? And my statement is, don't be a dick or you're going to get kicked. You be a dick, you get kicked here at UNIRock in the chat. But no worries. If you ever feel like you should be unbanned, I will unban you. And typically I go through and unban shit tons of people after a few months or something, right? Because I know people get mad, they get in arguments, they call names, but I am going to go ahead and boot you right now. I'll unban you later. So really, am I trying to say that Steve is dumb for this reason? No, I believe he's unintelligent for other reasons, because intelligent people do not do what he does. Most people that are dishonest, as he is, are dishonest because they are dealing with in the case of when dealing with more intelligent people than you, and you having a problem understanding that the points they make, or you feel like you've been bested in an argument and the way to win is to attack and fight, but people aren't accepting that from you and they're actually looking down on you for trying to do that, you instead will become dishonest and try to misrepresent people. It happens constantly on the internet, right? You can have somebody respond as kindly as they can, as nice as they can, to try to get somebody to understand where you believe they're wrong. And they'll start attacking you. They'll start talking about your appearance. They'll start talking about how dumb your show is or how silly this is and that, how you're not funny or all these things, right? And you're like, how did we get here? Because I disagreed with the point you made in the video. And you got to that point because they can't respond. And I think that people will say, well, there's people out there who support people who are wrong all the time. Well, definitely. That's what these videos are for. That's what the content's for. That's why we do long live streams. It's why we do multiple videos on a subject. It's why we update subjects. It's why we continue to put things out. Because even though some people will say, oh, you're harping on a subject, it's like, no, this shit just came up tonight, and I have not done this yet. So why do I think it's important that you understand his gumball analogy that he keeps referring to, but he refuses to adequately explain on a show like Modern Day Debate when he literally went there to explain it and argue it? Because how do you argue this? It's merely making a point that everybody is perfectly fine saying, oh, you want to separate the term agnostic from atheist for this conversation? Yes. Let's do it. Let's go. Oh, you want to talk about if God exists or not? Well, are you fine using the term atheist and theist? Yes. Belief and not belief? Yes, let's go. But no, I'm not fine. Actually, I want to talk about those that don't believe compared to those that lack belief, compared to those that believe God doesn't exist. Well, then let's say agnostic and atheist. Okay. These aren't points that should be fought on. These are literal semantic basic arguments. These are the preconditions, the pre-qualifiers for an argument. What is language? What is language? What is me communicating with you by talking right now? Get me? Me and you have learned a language. Because we've learned it, you understand what I'm saying. I know it sounds crazy, right? But I'm doing the same thing he's doing with a different point. Now, if my word means cat, we're going to have a hard time. But because we both know that the word means word and the word cat means cat, we're not going to have a hard time. We golden. Get me? That's what this is doing. Got me? That's a bad example, though, because I should say, really, I don't want to say anything else. I'm not going to play his game. I'm going to tell you now. Until he can get up on the screen and take his argument and actually explain how it's not a semantic argument instead of, guess what he doesn't need? He doesn't need the gumball analogy. He doesn't need P. He doesn't need not P or negative P or whatever. He doesn't need to sit here and really break everything down really far. All he needs to do is in a basic, easy to understand form so that everybody gets it instead of a few people that want to read his shit. Because what did I just do here? I just deciphered through all this shitty text and came to a conclusion. He's saying that he always wants you to use agnostic and atheist. He never wants you to include agnostic under the umbrella term atheist. Did I say that wrong? I hope I didn't. It's getting late. One more time. He's saying, I do not want you to use theist and atheist. I want you to separate atheist into I want you to separate it into agnostic and atheist and not use the umbrella term atheist. He's saying that, which is what everyone does before they start talking. It's what everybody does before they start debating. What do typically people do this for? So they can talk about the existence of God, so that they can break it down further. All right, we're there now. Should it really take this long for me to be able to read? Because it does take a while to read through this and then think about each part. It would have been much better written as this, and then we're done. So what is a way I can say this whole thing in a much better paper? Some people like to call agnostics atheists. I think that by doing that, you're robbing them from a better distinction in what they believe or other thought process that you are using here. Because it literally could be anything. Any reason at all for you to want it changed. You want it changed because you are offended being called an atheist, or you're not an atheist and you think it's bad to do that, right? The only hard issue here is that an agnostic does fit under the term atheist, because an agnostic doesn't believe in God. He's saying, though, that's not true, Uni, because an agnostic doesn't believe in God and doesn't not believe in God. But that's what atheist means, though. You understand me? Atheist literally means a lack of knowledge to whether God exists, on top of the fact that it means God doesn't exist. And if you ignore that, then you can make this big dumb argument. But if you don't ignore what I just said, which is the okay, so what is let's look at this. Please don't go out, microphone. You've been being nice all night. I'm moving my cord. Be nice to me. Okay, it didn't go out. Okay. All right, so what does atheist mean? So it means, from the ancient Greek, atheos, or a, without, and theos, God. It means without a God, lacking a God, right? So literally, it used to describe people in the ancient Greek from the very beginning. It didn't matter if they lacked a God because they were never taught God, or it doesn't matter if they rejected a certain God, they were an atheist. Since the beginning of time, ever since the beginning, this, the literal definition of the word atheism, includes agnosticism. You get me? Have I gone far enough there? Because I know a lot of people tell me, but I think Steve has a point. No, he doesn't have a point. Sure, he has a point if you're semantically arguing something before a debate. Like, wait a minute, I don't think that word donut works, because donut should mean the kind without a hole. And if you say donut, you're probably meaning the kind with a hole in the middle. And you're like, bro, I'm literally talking about any donut. It doesn't matter if it has a hole or not. I'm talking about any donut. A donut's a donut, my dude. No, you're robbing me from using the term donut to describe the one without a hole, and it needs to be whole, no hole nut to describe the donut without a hole. That's the same thing as he's doing. Matt Dillahunty said, language is our bitch, and so is Steve McRae. I wonder if he might be right. He's 100% right. And if he wasn't, if Steve had an argument against him, he would have put it out in a nice, easy to understand fashion that didn't involve a live chat with a bunch of girls sitting around talking about their boo-hoos and talking about their dee-doos and talking about how much the people want to hear them moan for 3 seconds every time somebody joins as a member. And since Steve can't figure out how to use Streamlabs, he's literally going to employ Sweet Heathen. Since he gets $4.99 per membership, he's going to promise her $1 of it to go, oh, like a Wookiee, like, oh. There, Steve, I just moaned. You just got a member. Oh, new member. Wow. Wow. Thanks, Sweet Heathen, for your obligatory 3-second moan every time a member joins. Here's your $1. Well, I think there is a middle ground, Fantarang. There is a middle ground if you want to break down atheism, in my opinion. And I understand he's saying, no, there needs to be a new word because breaking it down doesn't accurately define it. No, but that's when his argument gets really easy to debunk, okay? Because I've watched him do that. That's where Nate Brody smashed him. I watched him literally say that there is a middle ground, so we should call the middle ground agnostic all the time and never put agnosticism under the umbrella of atheism, right? Anyway, go watch Brody, because my mind is starting to run out of mind juice. You know how when you think you've got like a percentage of your mind juice that it uses? I'm down to 1% mind juice. Who is Karen? Karen is the new Karen is the new genderist term. Is that right? I think that's right. Please tell me why people are turning things like Karen into hate symbols. Because it's an insult to call somebody a Karen. And people named Karen don't like it, that it's being used as an insult. How is it insulting? Because you know that basic kind of response that a soccer mom gives? That's what Karen describes now. So, yeah. Do I think that Karen is... If you think that Karen is a hate symbol, then you must also say that Boomer is. You must also say that any nickname given to somebody based on a signifier of their age, weight, look, the way they look. Like, I've got a couple white hairs in my beard, so you're going to call me Sprinkly, or you're going to call me Salt and Pepper, right? And I just called you hateful. It's like, no, it's not hateful. It's somebody literally poking fun because you act like a Karen, or somebody poking fun because you got gray in your beard. You know what I'm saying? We just got to keep it where it is. If it is hateful, then there needs to be hate there for it to be full of it. You get me? I'm going to try to go the philosophical route. I'm going to go the definitory route. Without hate, you cannot have the hateful. Holy shit! Is it 5 a.m.? It better not be 5 freaking a.m. Oh my god! I gotta stop doing this to myself. But Boomer is a complete joke. So was Pepe the Frog, your circle thing, and people just do stuff. Well, I used Pepe the Frog. I didn't use Pepe the Frog because of Pepe. I didn't even really know that Pepe was called Pepe when I started memeing the frog. I just liked going to Twitch, and I liked using Twitch, and there was a bunch of frogs as emojis. And then I looked it all up. This is probably in 2016 or whatever. I looked it all up, and I'm like, damn, I love that little freaking frog meme. Just like every meme, right? You know the floor gang meme? Floor gang who? Floor gang who? Or the or any real meme that's out there is just something that's catchy for whatever reason. Like Bizzy's a catchy meme. Bizzy really is a catchy little meme. So, back when I started using that little frog, it wasn't even called a hate symbol or anything. It wasn't even called a hate symbol or anything. It was just a little meme frog. You know what I mean? So I used it on my main channel, and the reason I had to turn him into a damn piece of bread is because it started to turn into a hate symbol. Oh, kombucha. You know what I'm saying? Like, Bizzy is still mad that he's not that little frog, dude, because that was cute. I got him dancing. In fact, now I'm gonna have to animate that shit. I'm gonna have to animate that frog dancing. You know that dance I'm talking about. Hold on, I'll find it. I got it here. Shit, dude. I want my little dancy frog. Hold on, I'll find it. It's under users, pictures, I think. Oh, it's not under that. Oh, God, I'm not going to be able to find it, am I? I'll find it, but I'm going to have to search through my second... excuse me. My secondary hard drive in order to find it. I love hanging out with you guys, man. I appreciate all of you for coming to chill, man. I don't care what we're doing. I don't care what we're doing when we're live. I appreciate all of you that jump in, all of you that chat, all of you that don't and just hang. I appreciate you. I'm glad I can offer some entertainment for you, even when it's the end of the day and I've worked all night or I've worked all day and I don't really have the ability, the energy or whatever to go out and prepare more content for you, because all day long I've been preparing content for you in videos. And I'm glad that we can do a stream at night where I can just bring up whatever's there and hook you guys up and do what I can do. I'm glad. Oh, I think I'm going to find it. Hold up. There has to be one here. It has to be a picture folder here. And then I get... Oh, wait. Oh, this is it. I'm so close. I just don't remember the actual name of the folder. Damn it. Is it under images? I'm gonna stop looking, but you know what freaking thing I'm talking about. Heretic isn't blocked. If Heretic's blocked, I'll fix it right now. He should not be blocked. But remember, we did have Rogue Mod block people. Heretic shouldn't be blocked. I'll check right now. Unless I blocked him for some reason, but I don't remember blocking him. I hope I didn't, because then he'd be mad at me. Hold up. Okay, approved users, hidden users. Holy shit kabibble, he is. Let me check this list again. Let me check this list. It'll take 2 seconds for me to go through it and make sure I check for any recognizable. Why is it so small, YouTube? My God, I can't see it. All right, hold up. Oh, I can unblock that person. My problem is I typically look for the pictures. You get me? When they've got pictures to unblock them. I don't really look at the empty accounts when I'm unblocking. When did Team Skeptic get blocked here? That can't be the real Team Skeptic. That's what sucks so bad about this new YouTube update. You can't tell if a damn troll account is the real account or not because you can't click it and go to it anymore. Yeah, there really aren't that many people blocked over here. I'm already done. Honestly, I even went back and looked through a couple of the spots twice. That's how little people are blocked here. Lori Ann, thank you. I don't know if I thanked you or not, so. That's a fake Team Skeptic? Okay, I didn't think he was blocked here. I don't think he's ever came here, you know? Yeah, Heretic just got unblocked. If you know of anybody else that is blocked that shouldn't be, you just have to tell me. I'll immediately do it. As long as they haven't threatened to dox me or any of that crazy shit, they get unblocked. No questions asked. Even if they got mad and yelled or something or whatever. Even if someone's has a problem with them, people are allowed to express their opinion on my channel contrary to popular beliefs, and I let them do it. Well, yeah, I figured. That's why YouTube should give us the option of clicking here and going to the channel. Or at least start allowing those of us that have over 20,000 subs getting a verified check mark. 100,000 is too damn high. There's too much impersonation on this platform. You know what I'm saying? It used to be if you impersonated somebody, I could go to the chat, and if I didn't know, like if I hadn't moderated Team Skeptic, I could click and hit go to channel and see that it was his channel and then moderate him so I know it's actually him. That way, all moderated Team Skeptics are team, all non-moderated Team Skeptics are not. But I can't do that now because a team jumped in here. I wouldn't be able to tell if it's him or not unless he went and tweeted on YouTube or something. People literally now have to go out, or I'm sorry, Twitter. You got to go tweet on Twitter and say, yes, it's me in that chat. And then I have to know. That's what Leslie Bass did, so I knew it was her. It's Psycho Town. It's crazy Psycho Town. La, 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 la. I'm really silly. I don't want to stop streaming. I want to stream with you guys all night. Dude, I'm going to stream until I get that debate. I'm willing to debate. I'm willing to debate. I'm willing to debate. I'm ready to debate. Let's go debate. Fair debate. Me and you, battle of the minds on modern day debate. We can meet half an hour early. We can make a list of all the stuff we want to talk about so we make sure to get all of it out. And then maybe after that, we could actually be cool with each other. Doesn't mean I'll respect you for some of your GoFundMes, but maybe one day you'll apologize and I can put it behind it. I don't get why everybody acts like, you know, the people who engage in cancel culture are the ones that are the most scared of it. you know? I would love a good bar joke. Hook me up. What is it? Team Skeptic walked into a bar. Okay, I gotta stop because he's gonna get mad at me. I don't hate Team Skeptic. It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. I like him. I would still talk to him. I've been trying to talk. All I've ever done is try to talk to him ever since this bullshit started, and he's avoided me. That's all that's happened. That's the only thing different between months ago to now, between me and him. There's no change in feelings between me and him. There's no thing he's been told that was honest that changed his mind about me. Was he told a dishonest thing that's not true about me to make him change his mind? I'm sure. But I bet you I've got so much evidence that if he came over here and lobbed his complaints at me, I could debunk them. But he doesn't care. So a zombie walked into a bar and the bartender said, "We don't serve zombies here." The zombie says, "Okay, that's okay. Are the humans fresh?" Good bar joke. I was hoping it would be something like this. A zombie walks into a bar. The bartender says, "Would you like something to eat?" And the zombie says, "No." Ding. You get it? You get it? It was a Team Skeptic joke. He always says ding, and I'm calling him a zombie. I just made that up. But it was a joke. I love Team. I don't hate him. It's just this big stupid thing out there that I hate Team. I don't hate Team, man. That's created by Reds and his buddies. That's created by Reds and his buddies just to make me and Team fight. I imagine one day it'll go away and I'll have a conversation with Team and it'll be back to normal. I'll imagine. Doesn't mean I'll work with them or anything. Are you kind of high? I don't judge. I wish. I don't get high. I'm just slap happy for being up all night. I did take a lot of CBD tonight. I am really loopy from the CBD. I had 2 instead of 1. I had 2 of those CBDs instead of 1 tonight, my guy. It makes you feel good. It doesn't make you high, though. I'll be straight with you. So CBD gives you more of like a body buzz, if you know what that means, if you know what I'm saying. It doesn't give you that head change. It kind of gives you a head change. Gives you a minor head change, but not in a sense of being high. CBD gives you the relaxing kind of feeling that you get, you know what I'm saying, from smoking, and it makes it all through your body, and it makes you more focused on one thing, kind of like it does, like weed does to you, but it has no THC. It has no effect on your psyche or psychological effect. You get me? The biggest laugh I heard from you, UNIRock, was having Bizzy floating in space wearing a hat in the non sequitur legal documents. That was a big... I've had some bigger laughs, but that was a big one. That was funny, though. You got to remember. Okay, so combining all those points together, one, it was about non sequitur, and it had to do with Steve McRae and me, right? 2, it has to do with part of my channel being logged into the annals of the legal so here in 100 years they could say, we've got a dispute on YouTube, let's look back to case Curtis versus McRae, section 5, page 6. So they all turn to it, like the judge and everybody's turning to it, like, I don't know what that is. Why is there this little weird bread guy floating through space? Oh, I'm sorry, I meant page 7. That is now possible thanks to him. And then add in the fact that it's Bizzy. It's this guy. It's him. He's looking at me right now, and he's looking at me exactly like he should. I was trying to cook, and I couldn't stop laughing. Oh, my God, it was funny. Imagine, bro, Bizzy, this little crackhead right here got logged into the history of legal. I never thought my channel would ever make it into a lawsuit, but it didn't. He did. Don't get me going. Don't get me going. Breadsticks in space in the courtroom. You got to add in court to the end of all of it. You have to add in court to the whole thing. The judge's face when he or she saw that would be priceless. I'd love to be a fly on the wall to see that. Oh, me too, because the judge was like, That's the moment when the judge knew that Steve McRae is a troll and a liar. When the judge opened to that page and saw that face. No, it wasn't that face. Hold on. No. It was this face. Right there. That's what the judge saw. With the fedora. Yeah, he had the, he was wearing his fedora. He had the space helmet on top of the fedora. Oh my God. Would bread break apart in space? Maybe. Bizzy, his viscosity is, it's like skin. He's basically, it's like skin for him. But you could eat it. You could eat it. No, seriously. This is what it looked like. And he just had a space. I took that Bizzy and put a space helmet on it. And somehow that one wound up on the court documents. How do you do that to yourself? How do you do that? So literally, like, one day, see, what I want in my life is one day when I'm like 58, I hope that I will never file a court paper that will wind up having anything like this on page 7. That's when I'll know I messed up. I wouldn't be mad at you, Uni, but I would like to know why if it happens. Thanks for sorting that out. Dude, I don't remember. If I kicked you, then I am an idiot. If I did, please get me the clip because I want to know why. I don't know if I thought you were a troll. I don't think I kicked you, though. 2 weeks ago, we had a week and a half ago. That might sort it out. If you got blocked a week and a half, or somebody type how long ago it was when our rogue mod blocked a bunch of people. I had to unban like 30 people, or like 25 people or something. Because we had a mod. It was a non sequitur video the night before. It was about the non sequitur stuff. And all the people that were there got blocked. And the mod that did it did have a disgruntled opinionation about non sequitur stuff. And non sequitur. They didn't say non sequitur people. They would always say those people that came here after Steve joined. That was their disgruntled ship. So 3 weeks ago, that could be about right. Yeah, honestly, if anybody ever gets blocked here, it most likely comes from a mod. If I do it, I'm more likely blocking you simply because of what you said and it either breaking terms of service or being super trolly or taking super trolly. But I know that there are mistakes that are made. I know people don't mean to, and I honestly wouldn't have blocked Rhetoric. I'm not saying I didn't because I don't want to lie. I don't remember, but I honestly wouldn't have. I don't have anything against Rhetoric. I've said it a freaking bojangles amount of times. I don't have anything against him. I would still get along with him if we ever sat down to talk. And, you know, no hate, no issue. But hopefully I didn't block him is all I can say. We'll find out, I'm sure. I'm sure it only happened in the last couple of days. I was contributing either yesterday or the day before, and people responded. Huh. I don't know why it wouldn't have happened while you were live, though. That's what's even more worrisome. Oh, God. Do I need to check my mod list again? I'm going to run up to the gas station. I'm just chilling until my ride tells me that they're on their way, and then I'm getting offline. I'm going to go get breakfast. I'm going to go get a Red Bull. I'm going to go get, like, a bag of pretzel. That's probably all I'll get is, like, a breakfast sandwich and a Red Bull. Yeah, honestly, I mean it to everybody who's here. I don't even care if we get in an argument or anything. Never hesitate to come back here and say, hey, unblock my account. Here's the name. Never hesitate. I don't even care if you call me a dingbat. I don't care if you tell me you want to punch my mama. I don't. Whatever happens, come back later that day or the next day. Wait 24 hours or wait till the next day and tell me and get unbanned. I don't hold grudges even in my real life. I don't even hold grudges on damn YouTube. You know, I always, usually like what happens when I have like some type of issue with someone on YouTube, a significant amount of time later, that person and I will end up talking, right? Whether it's live or not. And it could have been a mishit. Yeah, it could have been a mishit. All right, you're out of here. Hi, guy. I'm just kidding. Don't take, I'm joking, bro. Hi, guy's like, no. No, I'm joking, dude. Because Hi Guy got banned, and I had to unban Hi Guy when the mod flipped out. No. Honestly, this is like a bar. What happens when you get thrown out of a bar? You get me? You can't come back in that night, but the next day you can come back in. You got to go to the door and be like, hey, and they're going to be like, come on. You get me? Now, if you roundhouse kicked the bartender, then they're going to say, get out of here. You're forever out of here. But if you didn't roundhouse kick the bartender, they're just going to be like, come on. You know what I'm saying? Okay, that's it. I'm just playing. If you have time, why not? I play games during that time. So are you the wiser, Jimmy? You were in the military. Please tell me your branch. Active Army. Active Army. Please tell me the branch you're in the military. I heard you were in a stream before. I was in Active Army. I deployed. I was in for a good amount of time. I didn't serve my first full term, though, due to an injury. I got out due to a physical injury incurred in the line of duty. I was medically evacuated out of the combat zone and spent some time in Landstuhl in Germany and then in Walter Reed in D.C. Had 2 surgeries. And then was medically separated under honorable condition. I was honorably separated due to the condition I incurred in the line of duty, which is my hip. And yeah, I'm disabled now. Even though I'm disabled, I've still always held a job since I got out of the military, for anyone that doesn't know, because I haven't talked about it on rockAlot ever, I don't think. And mostly what the work I used to do when I got out was something non-physical, as in, you know, I used to do in the summer landscaping, but I still never really lifted a lot or anything like that. So like there would be issues there, but I did landscaping. And in the beginning, when I first got out of the military, I was almost completely freaking unable to walk without assistance. I had to have a crutch or a cane. I know you're looking at me like you're lying. Oh no. I walked with a cane. I had a brace on my leg. I had a brace on my arm. And through physical therapy over a period of years, I got to a point where my hip got better. And I don't take any type of pain medication. I don't take any narcotic medication at all. Because when I first got out, I took a lot of it prescribed by the doctor. Turned me into a zombie. And eventually I stopped taking it. I worked through a lot of physical therapy and got to a point where I'm, you know, I can jog now if I want. Though it's not advised, I do still work out. I just don't do any type of leg anything because, like, you never know. It's one of those weird injuries where it hurts. It hurts all day. It hurts when I walk, but it doesn't kill me when it hurts. It's like I'm used to it, right? So if I do something that messes with my hip, then I'll be down. And Rachel will be pissed because she'll have to do everything. She'll literally have to do everything. Like, I'll be down. There are some days where I won't do anything wrong, and I'll be bedridden for 3 days straight, out of nowhere. But I've learned to deal with it. And before I started on YouTube, I've done this speech so many times. Before I started on YouTube, I was a freelance computer and network repair technician, and companies across a tri-state area would put out jobs, and I would, like, accept them or bid on them or whatever you'd say, and then I would go do the job, and after I did like 10 of them or whatever, the company that helped me get the contracts, and well, they weren't contracts, they were just jobs, but the company that would help me get set up with this stuff really liked me and liked how it was, and so I would just like take off and go do one anytime they had one, which would be a couple times a week, and I wouldn't get paid for travel, but I would get like $100 an hour, and you're like, what? No, no, hold up. So I'd have to drive like 4 or 5 hours, 3 hours, and then I'd do 2 hours and make $200 and drive back. So it was one of those jobs where like I made good money every week. And so if like 1 week I could make $600, $700, $800, $900 in a week, and then the next week I might not make shit. So since I made 900 that week before, and I only got 100 this week, I made a total of 1,000 in 2 weeks, and it was that kind of job. And I had a little bit of money saved, and my disability actually got upped. And I made a lot more money from my disability due to the changes at the VA, the changes with the government, the changes with how they take care of veterans, and doctors finding more substantial issues with my hip than what they thought it was. They were wrong. So I got back paid. I got other stuff that happened. I got my disability raised. Long story short, when I started YouTube, it was because I was like, I love video games. I love talking about crazy stuff. And I want a channel where I play games, but I also will give both sides and the evidence that's there to either debunk or confirm both sides on any topic. And back before demonetization in 2016, my channel was able to talk about anything. So we would talk about any subject. I talk about the JFK mystery. I talk about the damn UFOs and stuff like that. But I would always be honest. I would always debunk it. If it looked fake, I'd call it fake right away. I wouldn't hold back. So my channel didn't blow up because I was like shitting on conspiracy theories. Though I loved talking about crazy conspiracy theories, and I still do. The problem is all the conspiracy theories out on YouTube, all the good ones out there have all been talked about until the cows come home. It's at that point now. You're not going to find anything new on any of them unless somebody makes up a new conspiracy or something like that. You get what I'm saying? So anyway, long story short, though, the reason why I really liked YouTube in the beginning when I started doing it was because I didn't have to drive really far and then lay under a computer or fix a network issue where it could be a million things and all this. And I didn't make that much money, but then again, I just gotten a raise in my disability. So, you know, and I'd been with Rachel for a little while, and we were like happy. We had a nice place to live and everything. So when I started uploading, I really liked it. And I only got a couple hundred views here and there. My first couple videos got a shit ton of views, like 10,000. That's not a lot. That was a lot for me back then. And then those were gaming videos. And then a couple others did well. And then a couple of the videos where I talked about stuff started to do better. And I started to get a following of people so that when I started going live, I'd have like 30 people watching me. And I'm like, whoa, bro, 30 people are watching. I got 200 views by the time I ended this. This is awesome. I had like 600, 800 subs, right? And then about a year into YouTube, and I'd been doing 2 or 3 videos a day. Like, I just loved playing with the graphics. If you saw any of my old videos, it was a graphical shit fest. It really was. I just love taking any piece of art or any piece of thing and any piece of music, any sound effect, and then putting it together while talking about something. So I had some of the wackiest, weirdest ass videos. Eventually, my channel blew up, and my main channel went up to 37,000 subscribers. And I started UNIRocktv because my main channel got a strike, and I wanted to still go live, and I'd been trying to move my live streams off of UNIRocktv or off of UNIRocktv. And once I got to UNIRocktv, I'm like, this is nice having a small channel, and I'm still getting good views on my big channel. And then wham, UNIRocktv blows up. I've got 10,000 subscribers in like 5-6 months. So it's like, no matter what I did, I couldn't keep a small channel. Look at rockAlot. It's got 1,000 already, and I've only been, it took me like fucking a while to hit 1,000 on UNIRocktv, didn't it? I don't remember. All right, I gotta go, y'all. I'm gonna miss you, but I'll be back tonight, and I got work to do. Plus, I'm gonna spend some time with my kids and my girlfriend. So I hope you guys come to the next live stream. I hope you like hanging here. I hope you decide to keep hanging here. You do know this, that I try my best to take the topics that you find and talk about them. Now, these live streams are the perfect way for anyone out there that hears me to tell me about a topic or something you like. You can tag the mods. You can tell the moderators, I want Uni to look at and give them a topic, and they will write it down and make sure that I know, okay? So no matter what happens, just make sure you get me your topics. I've opened up. I'm starting to talk about any topic now, a lot more things. Anyway, I got to go. Thank you. Love you. Peace out. UNIRock out. Peace. Bye.